How's that?
Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. Just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, March 19th, 2024 for consideration. So we've had the call to order. Can I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair, we'll deal with it accordingly. We'll move right into presentations, and the first one is item 4.1, is an update to the roads 5-year plan presentation by Manager Farquhar. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Council. So this presentation today that precedes the report in the agenda today kind of gives an overview to Council of how and why we developed this 5-year plan, and then what the 5-year plan feeds into. So since 2011, the city's taken a similar approach that we perform a roads needs study, and that study does a condition evaluation on several metrics of the entire road network. So we've done this starting in 2011 consistently. 2016, we did a roads needs. In 2021. Since 2016 and in 2021 roads needs study, the same consultant was used. So we've been able to see through the results that we've gotten for those roads needs study that based on our overall spending, we've been able to hold an overall network adequacy of around 72%. But I'll get into that more in the presentation. So what we do in the assessment, we look and review the condition of approximately over 2,700 kilometers of road within the city. The roads needs study provides a unit cost for improvements on road sections. It also prioritizes rehabilitation replacement needs as now 1 to 5 and 6 to 10. And so that's kind of based on the overall structural adequacy of the road network, which is defined in the roads needs report that's attached to this report. It also looks at life cycle cost analysis, identifying road section for preventive maintenance, so things like crack sealing, slurry sealing, and then it also provides us with information to update our overall GIS database. So methodology. So within the roads needs study, the methodology follows by the consultant is the MTO condition for paving of flexible pavements, as well as it uses the manual for condition of rating of surface treated roads. So this approach has been consistent since 2011, where the consultant goes out and visually inspects every section of road within the network, and we look at specific things listed in the presentation, road-based surface condition, surface widths, surface types, drainage, alignment, and maintenance demand. So these are the main things they look at, but there's other elements as outlined in the appended study. So then what happens is we look, it gets brought into critical deficiencies, looking at now 1 to 5, 6 to 10, and from those ratings, there's a guideline plan put together within the study. The study also looks at breaking the network into rural, semi-urban, urban road classifications, and then based on those road classification, it further then looks at condition rating and volume for prioritizing. So here's a summary of the overall network as was reported on in the study in 2021 in the pie graph on the left. So you can see it's broken out between hot mix roads, surface treatment roads, and gravel roads. Since 2021, on the right is an updated pie graph. So you'll see changes. Notably, you'll see changes in the gravel, overall gravel roads, where it's gone down. And that's mostly due to the low volume gravel road project that at the last Committee of the Whole meeting, Council saw a report on. As well, you've seen hot mix roads have grown, as well as surface treated roads overall reduced. So that's where we've either assumed new roads, and most of those new roads are asphalt roads, surfaces, and where the surface treatment roads have gone down is where we've done asphalt overlays as a treatment. So that's kind of the differences in those categories. Now, Sarah, if you don't mind, so there's a hyperlink here as well for the benefit of council and residents. So you can click on the hyperlink, and it takes you to just a Google map we've created just for visual reference. So you can see, it gives you a good perspective of the entire road network for the City of Kawartha Lakes that's maintained, broken down into yellow is gravel roads, green are surface treated roads, and then your red are asphalt roads. So that gives you a good representation of that whole surface network broken down by surface type. If you could just go back, Sarah. Thanks. So road network condition. So primarily there are two indicators that are reviewed within the roads needs study that kind of give you a relative health of the structural adequacy for the road network. The average structural adequacy rating for the City of Kawartha Lakes network, as reported on 2021, was 14.3 out of 20, which was slightly better than was reported in 2016. So you can see we're progressively getting better based on the sustainable funding that we've set forth. For a road networks the size of the cities, it was recommended in the roads needs study from the consultant, kind of an overall industry standard. We shoot to look at 72% adequacy on the entire network, and that's what we have based our targeted funding plan towards. Since the start of the current plan in 2023, the city has budgeted just over close to $45 million through capital programs within the urban rural reconstruction, urban arterial resurfacing, as well as the rural resurfacing programs and the life cycle program to address the identified needs that were in the roads needs study for now needs 1 to 5 and 6 to 10. So what was identified in that 2021 roads needs study was an overall needs of approximately $116 million. And that shows in the 2022 report that is appended to today's report as well. So in 2022, we had shown to council, based on the roads needs study, the approximate $116 million that was identified for needs. Based on that, then we started structuring the current plan to try to be able to take care of those needs within that time period. So currently, based on our current spending for our budget for 2023 and 2024, we are on track. So Sarah, if you don't mind going to the hyperlink. So this slide is kind of, it shows the overall road network deficiency map. So there's a hyperlink in the presentation, so that anyone can go and view. Once again, it's a perspective of the entire network. So in 2022, we had shown this in a presentation. Now what we've done, we've updated this map to include work done since 2022. So this map outlines in red, shows you all the existing now needs within the city's network. It also shows the 1 to 5 and 6 to 10, and then your darker green is adequate. So this kind of gives a perspective. You could maybe zoom into Lindsay or Finland Falls there, Sarah, but it gives a perspective of what our current needs are. Yeah, just the next slide. So going towards our current 5-year plan. So the approach with developing the current 5-year plan, it took the same steps that we started back in 2011. So what we do is we we go out, we have a roads needs study. From that study, it creates a guideline for the city to use in developing the 5-year plan based on how we deal with the now needs 1 to 5 and 6 to 10 year. And then what we've done with those needs, we've grouped them into programs. So we have urban and rural reconstruction. So that program looks at all the identified needs through the roads needs program, but it also coordinates those now needs with underground infrastructure needs, where we identified there needs to be a water main replaced, there needs to be a sanitary main replaced, or there needs to be curb and gutter, an overall reconstruction done. So a lot of this is mostly in urban areas where we have that underground infrastructure. So then we take those roads and we then prioritize them within the 5-year for that program based on timing for those underground infrastructure needs. And then they're also tied to grant funding as well for when it has to be completed by. So then we also look at urban arterial. So your urban arterial programs are your higher volume roads, right? So your 38s, your 36s, your 121s. So within that program, you have your higher volume roads within urban areas and your collectors and arterials. And then we program a sustainable amount of money based on those needs for those specific types of roads to then develop within that 5-year plan. And then we do the same process with rural resurfacing. So rural resurfacing is your lower volume hardtop roads that we then create a plan for based on those identified needs. So we take this balanced approach and we started looking at it this way back in 2011 because we saw if we didn't, you would be applying all your monies, all the funding towards all the higher volume roads. So you would have an overall network inequity with some of these rural roads where we'd have to basically fall apart or just turn back to gravel. So at that point in time, look, okay, we don't want to lose the service level for some of these roads. So we had to start creating a plan that looked at rural roads, urban arterial roads, and then the reconstruction component. So the other part of this, when we get into prioritizing, it uses certain criteria. So we look at projects that have, like I mentioned earlier, have underground infrastructure needs that we coordinate with water wastewater, as well as recommendations through EA studies or master plans. So I'll speak to it a little later in the presentation, but we coordinate with master plans like the Transportation Master Plan that make recommendations, and then we bring those recommendations into the 5-year plan. Or through specific EA studies where we get a recommendation through the Transportation Master Plan or a different master plan that we have to look at a detailed design on a specific location, which will give recommendations, then we bring it into the 5-year plan with timing. Life cycle initiatives. So you'll see in the roads needs study that there are the whole section dedicated to preservation methods and timing and windows where you want to do certain aspects like crack sealing, slurry sealing of roads. That way it keeps what we call your good roads good. So where your hardtop road hits a certain point in its life cycle, so normally you're about a 12-year to 13-year point, but if you hit it with the treatment at year 6, you're going to push it out to maybe 14, 15 years. So we do treatments like that to be able to extend the lives, which allows for a healthier network. So we also look at coordination for priority with boundary roads. We have boundary municipalities. Peterborough County is a good example. We coordinate timing with those municipalities with those boundary roads. So they have a roads needs, they have a plan for implementing their priorities, but then we coordinate those priorities into the same year, because then what we do is split funding as well based on the boundary road agreements. Existing council resolutions. Over the years, as we come through budget process, we receive memos for consideration for either inclusion into the 5-year plan or inclusion into the capital budget. So what we do is we take those into consideration and then provide that feedback for council based on what the resolution or the memo says. Carryover road segments. So in some years since 2011, we haven't always been able to meet the targets that have been identified, and sometimes that's just due to funding. So some years we just can't fund the plan as much as what we presented we should. So then we have carryover roads from those plans, which just pushes the 1 year's road to the next. And then sometimes, based on how those roads perform, we have to reevaluate them and then bring them forward or push them back in the yearly capital budget. So we also received, on a yearly basis, we get throughout the years, different complaints from residents on the condition of the road. So we receive those and we track those issues, and then we review them at the time of the capital budget as well to see if, from a metric point too, is if we received 100 complaints on one section of road. So then we can take a look at that section. Where does it sit in the plan? Review it, and whether it needs to be brought forward or not. So the purpose of the plan is to present council with a roadmap for the next 5 years. And so currently we're about to start implementing year 2 of the current plan that was presented in 2022. And this plan goes towards resurfacing and reconstruction of road segments, prioritized and updated through, that's shown in Appendix C to the coming report, as well as previous plans. So this report, as well as previous reports, reside on the city's website. So there's a hyperlink. We don't have to go to the hyperlink, but there is a hyperlink in the presentation that resides where these plans reside on the website, so where residents can go, council can go whenever they have a question of the current plan, how we did it, why we did it, and where does my specific road sit in the plan. It will tell you, and then what year. So within the plan, we look at sustainable funding. And in 2022, we projected for the program's general sustainable funding. So for urban and rural reconstruction, between 5 to 9.5 million, in urban arterial resurfacing, 6 to 7.5 million, and in rural, 5 to 6.5 million. So these are general targets that we've estimated to be able to hold that network at that 72% adequacy. So here's Table 1 from the report. So this Table 1 outlines what was targeted in the plan in 2023, and then what was budgeted, as well as what was targeted in 2024, and then what was budgeted. As you can see, if we look at urban and rural reconstruction, in 23, we're pretty close to what was targeted in regards to what was budgeted. The major variance we look is in rural resurfacing. So in 2023, we had budgeted just over 5 million, and then we had targeted just over 5 million in the plan. And in 2023, you'll see that we've was budgeted approximately just over $6 million. So a lot of these variances you'll see in the report, they've been explained where there's been roads advanced or brought forward, or additional funding given by council in those years that have changed the targets to what you see as budgeted. Doing so, that really kind of advances the plan. But if those overall program funding values are held, you're going to see those moderate gains at the end of the plan in the overall network adequacy. So looking at contingencies and processes for reprioritizing roads. So over the years, the plan is viewed as a living document, which is reviewed each year as a whole, and then to ensure priorities are current and in line with the city's overall financial plan and long-term sustainability plan. Through the review, the city can encounter road segments that have been identified in the plan but require advancement in the plan due to increased maintenance demands or cost. In addition to that, the city will sometimes adjust timing of reconstruction program projects within that overall program to better correspond with design, relocation utilities, or coordination with development or alignment with grants. And that's what we've seen the last couple of years where we've had to bring other roads in. It just made sense with coordination with underground utilities. Excuse me. So in the situation where a road segment is deemed unmaintainable by staff, then that road segment could also be reevaluated, prioritized into an upcoming capital budget year. So in the scenario where there is a need to address the surface condition of a road segment prior to budgeting for full resurfacing, the city can proceed by pulverizing that existing surface of the road and maintaining the road segment as a gravel road for a period of 1 to 2 years prior to rebudgeting to resurface that road. So I can give an example, and the picture at the start of the presentation is the example of Crawford Road. So we had one season, spring, where we had a really quick thaw and a section of Crawford fell apart. So what we ended up doing was we came in, pulverized Crawford Road, and it was maintained as a gravel road for a period of 2 years, where we then brought it forward in the plan and then resurfaced it. Other options we look at, we can perform localized asphalt overlays. So this is all within the life cycle program, which on a road segment that helps either extend the life of the segments or holds it over to the point where we have to either reconstruct or resurface. Another option is, I haven't really, for a road, gotten into this situation where there's an emergency issue that would have to be deemed. There are examples in the past where we would have had a flood or a failure. Cowlins Bay area was an example where there was a flood. It overtopped the road, took out the culvert, and then we had to redo a section of that road. But that's another example. So the city's yearly capital program for life cycle extension addresses roads within kind of the options 1 and 2 of what we just kind of discussed. On a yearly basis, engineering meets with Public Works, and we receive from them an overall list of small sections that are high maintenance demand. So what we do is we review that list against where those sections might sit within the 5-year, and then come up with a prioritized list with Public Works that engineering then brings forward in a report yearly outlining the projects that will happen through the life cycle program, whether where we're going to be crack sealing, where we're going to be slurry sealing, where we're going to be doing those small asphalt overlays. And then that's usually brought forward to the committee of the whole to inform council. So in the memo that's attached to this report, we were asked several kind of questions to look at certain things within this plan. One of them was to look at like climate change and new technology. So within the goals as identified in the city strategic plan, there's a need for the city to have a healthy transportation network as well as a sustainable environmental conscious development within that network. So what we look at within that strategic plan are those goals. So we have a goal of a healthy environment. So within our construction program, we look at options when we're replacing, for example, storm sewer. So we look at low impact development options, LIDs, within those reconstruction plans that help deal with our storm sewer as well as where we outlet then that storm sewer too. Other examples within a vibrant and growing economy through the creation of master plans like the Transportation Master Plan, which informs on recommendations and policies that affect the road's 5-year plan. Within that structure, we have, in the Transportation Master Plan, we have other elements that feed the recommendations, like the parking strategy, like the active transportation plan. They all form components within that master plan that then bring forward those initiatives that Council has already made as priorities. Good government. So through the creation of sustainable improvement plans like the 5-year plan, we develop paving methods like cold in place. So we use cold in place paving on our arterial and collector resurfacing program. So what cold in place is we come in, we pulverize the existing asphalt, so we reuse that existing asphalt that's 25, 35 years old, and it gets blended into the existing road. Then what we do is we come in and we mix in Portland cement, as well as some fresh emulsion, so that we get to recycle that existing asphalt that's there. It's not removed, it's not taken away and sits somewhere. We reuse it within that existing road structure, and it creates a good, about a 5-inch base. Then what we do is then we come over and we repave a lesser amount of asphalt than we would have to if we didn't use this option. So we usually pave about a 50 or 2-inch lift of fresh asphalt. In the past, before we started using this method, we would traditionally come in, pulverize the road, add gravel, regrade, compact, and then put 2 fresh lifts of asphalt. So now we're using less material, less energy through this method. So with climate change, personally what I equate to is wherever we come up with efficient new models, like using cold, as an example, using cold in place paving, we're using less energy, we're using less material, which equates to efficiencies. So another question with regards to links to transit and active transportation. So as I mentioned earlier, our master plans, like the Transportation Master Plan, contain those specific recommendations. So currently there's a hyperlink here that will take you to our current working page for the project that we're currently going through with the Transportation Master Plan update. So what you'll see will be recommendations through that Transportation Master Plan for improvements to corridors, to intersections, that take into account other plans like the active transportation plan, like identifying transit routes, like identifying existing provincial objectives and models for overall transit. Then that plan is used as we develop the 5-year plan, bringing forward those specific projects. Then we use it for developing the design scope for these reconstruction projects. It informs us when to look at adding in or taking into consideration bike lanes or other models into our design EA, which we then bring forward to council with options to, as you'll see in the next presentation after mine, is a good example of a recommendation that came out of the Transportation Master Plan, where we did a design taking things into those accounts, and we can then come forward to council with those options and costs. And then once endorsed, then we bring forward through either a 5-year plan or the long-term sustainability plan. So like I said, here is just a link for anyone. You can go to the city website, and it shows you the current status of our Transportation Master Plan, which then takes into account links to transit. So that's kind of the end of my overall presentation. So if there's any questions.
Thank you. I have a few. Thanks for the presentation, Mike. We'll do questions on the presentation, not on the report right now, right? It's on the presentation. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, one comment, one question. The first comment was just in regards to the what's underneath piece. probably the most significant part of my job, and people do accept those when they ask Adelaide Street, for example, in front of Parkview. There's many examples where people say, why isn't this road being fixed? And when you explain to them, well, there's a road underneath, there's a network system underneath the road as well that's part of this equation, most people are very accepting of this plan and how it works. It works well. What we see, and sometimes what people bring to the table because they see a road, there's a lot more to a road than a road, so I was glad to hear that. It's an excellent presentation. The question I had from the presentation was on slide 8, if we could go back to slide 8, please. Just when you're referring to road inequity, in general, my question, and I have some questions about the report, which we'll get to when it's the report. You were referring to just 8. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Sorry. That process of there's a need identified and then it drops into a category. Is that a guaranteed process? I remember, like, for example, working in schools, there's a custodial budget. And often as teachers, we would say, there's still money left in the custodial budget. Could I have it for the band? You know, that kind of thing. And that's a custodial budget. Is this a similar scenario where regardless of whether something's allocated to one of the areas, that's just the way it works and we have to look at all those criteria? Or does anything ever supersede that drop down to which category it falls into?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor and council. So the how the roads, after the roads have been identified as a need within the study, how we then group them into those programs. So for example, the rural resurfacing program, and you can go back to the hyperlink that shows the overall needs. You'll see when you look at Appendix C of the report, in that program, all those roads are outside your urban or hamlet areas, right? So they're lower volume, rural hardtop roads. Same categorized based on the class identification system within the study for your arterials. Those are your higher volume, and then your reconstruction are mostly your local streets within your urban areas, or they could be collectors or arterials. But they have been identified as a need for reconstruction. And we have segments that require reconstruction that might not have infrastructure underneath them. So example would be with Cameron Road. There's a section in Cameron where we've identified in the 5-year plan looking at urbanizing it within that hamlet area. So there's elements too that then help prioritize other than just underground infrastructure for reconstruction.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. If you can go to slide 3. Great, thank you. So this is just clarification for me. So when we're looking at the holistic approach, we have some asterisks, right, beside 4.3, road base, surface width, and surface type. And then we go into the critical deficiency identified. Those that are identified with the asterisks, are they like it's higher up on that value when you're looking at assessing roads, or?
So those are elements that are reviewed and ranked that then feed into the critical deficiencies identification of now 1 to 5, 6 to 10. So when you look at the roads needs study summary report, which is appended to the upcoming report, or sorry, not upcoming, but the report that's here today, you'll see in that summary report definitions for road base, surface condition, drainage, alignment, and then as well as it goes into the critical deficiencies. There's all definitions there that define what they are and how they're evaluated. But when you with those, and that's kind of why I had the asterisk. I forgot to identify why I had the asterisks here. But then they refer to the definitions within the study. But those points where they look at the road base, surface condition, surface width, surface type, drainage, alignment, maintenance demand, all develop a rating system that then feeds into the identified critical deficiencies. So that is all outlined in that summary study, how that happens. But that's all based on the manuals that the consultant uses and the industry uses, which are the MTO condition evaluation manuals.
No, thank you. And to me, I was just trying to link them to or not link them to. You made a statement about boundary roads and about timing. Do those other municipalities like give you the heads up saying, we're looking at this road in 5 years, or we're looking at this road in 8 years when it comes to you doing that budgeting process as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That's correct. Earlier, I'd mentioned an example with Peterborough County. We're probably more on a proactive standpoint with Peterborough County in developing those longer-term coordinated projects. We're trying to do a little bit better coordinating with the other municipalities. Now, we have more boundary roads with Peterborough, and that's where we see that more detailed coordination. But we do coordinate with Clarington. We do coordinate with Simcoe. Last year, Simcoe had a project which they made us aware of. So under our boundary road agreements, so we have boundary road agreements for the maintenance of and improvements of those boundary roads. And then those reside with clerks and with Public Works, and they get updated. I forget the frequency and when they're updated, but there's language in there where if the city has responsibility for a section of boundary road, we would give at a minimum like 1 year notice with boundary municipalities that we're looking at doing improvements here. Here's the cost. That way, it gives them a heads up on being able to budget for that. And other boundary roads reciprocate under those agreements.
Okay, thank you. And just one more on page 12, if I can. Great, thank you. And this is where I find our budget for life cycle tends to fall, I think, under this slide. And one of my observations is, and maybe frustrations as well, is when we recognize that we have a road that has so many operational burdens, and weighing out that cost for Public Works to spend time on material and labor, and then weighing out that cost for us to actually pulverize it and be able to manage it better in a more timely, effective way. I'm almost of the mindset that, maybe in the future that we actually put more money into that program to actually save us money in the long run. So that was just my observation looking at this particular slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Mike. You were mentioning the cold in place efficiencies. So a while back, like maybe 23 years ago, Rhoda-Mill, is it the same process that was done on 36 around Bobcaygeon, where they came and chewed it all up and spit it out, and and it's lasted really well. So I'm wondering if that's the same process. That's my first question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So many years ago, there was a Section 36 done. Not the exact same process, but it's similar. So Rhoda-Mill is as a general contractor that specializes in different operations. So one's pulverizing roads, others is milling. So in that situation, the existing surface depth of that Road 36 was probably around close to 4 inches. So there was enough there. We had a contract. Rhoda-Mill was successful in partnership with Miller at the time. They came in, they pulverized that full depth. It went then into a conveyor belt. It then got recycled and mixed with fresh asphalt, and then it was relayed. And that was the process for that. So the process, what we use is a little different. That was probably, I want to say, almost 20 years ago. 23, yeah. Your memory is better than mine. Almost 23. So cold in place has been around for about, I want to say 12 to 15, and the city has really started using it in the last 5 years. So industry-wise, it's starting to take on. So options, what we do, like I said, we pulverize the existing asphalt, but we recycle it. And one option, we mix Portland cement, and as well with some emulsion, and that creates a nice 5-inch layer. Other options, There's other additives the industry is trying out to blend in to help give a better base. Now, one thing I didn't mention, and it's another kind of initiative we've done. I mean, there's lots of things we'd be all here all day we talk about, but probably in the last 5 years as well, what we've been doing is we pave wider, we pave 1 meter shoulders. And we've done that. There was lots of different industry reports on savings on maintenance costs that we've looked at over time, where it lessens the amount of shouldering that has to be done. It also lessens the amount of edge line cracking that happens, so that it helps extend that life. It also provides a nicer, wider platform for the average traveler.
Through you, and you were talking about the process of, meeting with Public Works before the capital budget and then coming back to council. Previously, say the year, council was part of that process because they're out and about looking at different roads, and they were just a meeting, just to say, listen, have you looked at this? Where are we at with that? Just before the capital budget, just a kind of thought to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to turn your mic off?
Yep.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mike, thanks for the presentation, and just want to point out you're always accessible to members of council. I appreciate that for questions and meeting the odd time. Just a couple things. We talked about pulverizing. That's actually that works great. I'll give a prime example is Shamrock Road, Shamrock's a road, and you probably see a lot of these roads where it's a mixture. You have one section of hard surface and one section of gravel, and you're trying to marry these two together in a long road. Heights Road's another one, just as an example. But pulverizing, it settled the road down, it compacted it, and it really worked well. Like even some people wanted to leave it the way it is, but they ended up after 2 years, I think in that case, we resurfaced it and it looks great. And you mentioned about the paved shoulders. We've done that for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years now. I think that's phenomenal. Like, it really works good. It helps with the integrity of the road, the drainage, and the life cycle of it. Finally, my question is, and you brought this up about concrete. Concrete and roads. I know that these are higher volume roads, obviously. The 427 in Toronto, the 401 in some sections of Toronto have concrete. I know those are busy roads, like 300 to 500,000 per day. The 407, it's all completed in concrete. Would we maybe look at that, because all your infrastructure, all your curbs, your drainage, they're all composed of concrete. If we had the same material to construct that road, would that make sense in the future to use concrete as an example, as a material to construct these roads?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So that gets into a design review. So what we do, we'll just use the arterial and urban arterial resurfacing program, for example, where we utilize that cold in place process. What we do is we do boreholes. So we get some geotech on those roads that are identified in the plan ahead of time, and then we take that geotech information. It tells us what the makeup of the existing road base is, what the thickness of the existing asphalt is, and then what we do is there's a pavement design. So then that tells us what we need to do for additives within that process. It would also inform us whether we need to, based on volume, as you mentioned, do we need to design for a stronger traveled surface, and in those highway classifications, and that's what they do. They do have a concrete base with, in addition to sometimes an asphalt overlay as well as a wearing course. But we do use design methods to educate us on what we need to do when resurfacing those types of roads.
Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you very much, Manager Farquhar, for the report stemming from my memo last fall. I know you're very busy and a lot of work gets done in public works, so we appreciate this, this information. Very, very helpful. So helpful, in fact, perhaps it should be added to new councillor orientation as a presentation, given the primacy of roads in all of our wards and how much how many inquiries from the public we get on a weekly basis. Just a really few couple of questions to understand your presentation better, which was excellent. The term performing localized asphalt overlays, is that pro speak for potholes?
Yes, so,
Okay,
so,
good, thank
so,
you. Thank you.
so
Okay.
short, yeah, so, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, where we do these localized asphalt overlays within our life cycle program, we have a specific project line in the budget identified for it, and those happen in those high maintenance demand locations that we coordinate with Public Works on, that we receive an annual list that we then bring forward to Committee of the Whole to identify.
Right. Thanks very much. And just curious, in terms of cold in-place paving right now that you mentioned, which sounds great, are there other environmentally friendly green technologies that you're using at this time in addition to cold in-place paving?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there are other technologies that we have done pilot programs, and we always kind of look at pilot programs first, because with new technology, you never want to be the first individual to buy into it. So you take it in increments. For example, over the last few years, we had done pilot programs in preservation methods for existing asphalt roads, where we apply an additive that helps rejuvenate the existing emulsion in the asphalt. Because over time and age, the asphalt generally it dries out and can crack, right? So this additive helps rejuvenate it. So we started a pilot on that probably 5 or 6 years ago, and now we have a continual program for it within the life cycle. Clardy Bay Road, so from Highway 35 up to CKL 8. So that is a road that we have applied that additive to. Other options we're looking at are base stabilizers. So there's a lot of different companies that are kind of coming out looking at using bioproducts to be incorporated into road resurfacing or road reconstruction that help stabilize a road base as a resin that you blend in and mix in when you pulverize a road. So we're currently looking at, there's a lot of different companies, we're currently looking at options like that, maybe specifically where they're already partnered with large companies that we've worked with.
Great, thank you very much. And I really liked in your presentation some of the nuances in that even paving shoulders can have an environmental impact, right? Not cracking as soon, meaning we don't need to purchase more manufactured replacement products and materials. Thanks, and I really appreciated as well the link to active transportation and the active transportation plan, not necessarily intuitive, more nuanced. So thanks for the details and bringing those out. I guess just in conclusion, your presentation, I just wonder if there's, through comms, if there's a way to get, a shortened down version to the public, or even a 1 or 2 pager for us as councillors for our back pockets, so we're able to speak to this issue as it arrives so often with, as much knowledge and detail as possible.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I acknowledge I usually monopolize people's time sometimes at Committee of the Whole with reports, but what I'll do, I look at trying to, because there is a lot of information here, creating a version that can be placed on the website. So in that, I think the second last slide, I do know this is at that link is where we kind of keep these plans, but we can look at a simplified version for the layperson.
Fantastic, thank you. I just know so many of my constituents would appreciate, a little more reading or somewhere to go where they can, in short order, understand more of the issue and get more information. So thanks again, Mike. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mike, for your presentation. You mentioned a couple of times there the pilot programs, 4 to 5 years. Was any of these pilot programs successful?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So some of these programs, they're longer term monitoring. So how we monitor them is really through our roads needs update. So we can see the progression as we do these improvements. So any types of improvements we do after a study has been done to the next one, we record those. Firstly, for our own asset management purposes, but then also we record those improvements to inform the consultant when they do an update to the roads needs study. So then they can hone in on these certain types of roads where we've done those performance enhancements, and then we look at how it progresses in that time frame. So like I said, an example of preventive maintenance we've done on Clarny Bay Road between CKL 8 and Highway 35 was an additive, right? So when we're putting that additive onto a freshly paved road within a 2 to 3 year time frame, that helps to rejuvenate that surface. So that and the emulsion within that surface, but that takes time to monitor, right? You're not going to see. You're going to see longer term benefits, right? It won't be short term benefits, it'll be longer term benefits. But we monitor that over those stages of updating the 5-year study.
I have a motion to receive the presentation by Manager Farquhar. Councillor Perry, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Move on. There's a report attached to this, the update to the roads 5-year plan. Can I have a motion that we receive it, that staff update to the roads 5-year plan annually based on capital project approvals and in accordance with the asset management plan, and that these recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Yeo and Councillor Smeaton. Questions? Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Councillor Perry mentioned the memo last fall. I am glad this came forward. It's an excellent presentation. And in reading it, I can't help but come to the conclusion, I mean, this program is excellent. I have a very strong concern that it's being brought forward is going to counter the intent. Everything that you would want included in a fulsome analysis of how roads operate, I don't see much missed. And my concern is that something like, my concern with this, any potential conversation about shifting away is the equality piece. I can't see, I mean, this is coming from the Ward 5 councillor, I just can't see how the city, I'll let Deputy Mayor speak for himself, but how we don't just get a gift here. I mean, the whole purpose of this 5-year plan is to guarantee that rural councillors also have a piece. If this were to sway from this and all of this incredible insight and thoroughness, it's going to end up being what Councillor Richardson refers to a lot, which is that whole, who's using the roads the most. I mean, my goodness, we've got all these developments, large vehicles that are constantly driving in Ward 5, going to the hospital, everybody does, going to the landfill, going to the police station, and Ward 5 roads. So I just want to make sure that the constituents are aware that any conversations, and this is coming from, again, the Ward 5 councillor who could benefit enormously. I can't see this anything but a siphoning of funds to the urban if we stray from this. This is designed, I'm under oath as a councillor, I thought hard all weekend. This, I don't see a program for the city en masse that rivals this. I think it's extremely designed to guarantee the most get. And so I wanted to say that after reading this report and all that's in it, I was just more than impressed in seeing the presentation. I'm seeing a city that has thought through almost everything. So I just wanted to express that I have real concerns that any change in this 5-year plan could really end up being, the scales would balance towards who's using the roads most. Well, it's pretty obvious who and what size vehicles, and the traffic is in this ward. So on behalf of the whole city, I just want to make sure we're really, I'm curious what options would be better. So I just wanted to say that. It's an excellent presentation and an excellent document.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And just following on Councillor Smeaton's passionate remarks with respect, the motion or the report to be brought back was in fact to receive this information, and not necessarily evaluate at this point it looks, again, a 5-year plan, looks like very good work is being done. We don't know what we don't know, right? Could things always improve? Those are the questions I'm curious about. The presentation talked about roads being adequate. Well, to unpack a little bit about what that means, what are the priority lists? In the report we see, resident concerns last. Should that be more, massaged? Again, not reaching any conclusions, but I think this, and I've mentioned it to a couple of my fellow councillors, and again, we'll go on to talk about this at council, of course, a few weeks to consider it. But like the short-term rentals, I think this could serve an excellent basis for possibly a task force, a brief task force, to see what new information there could be. If there are other options, especially environmentally sound options, to give staff an opportunity to present some more information like we did with the SDR task force. And then I would say most importantly, because this is a staff prepared by staff, so I'm not surprised these recommendations weren't in there, but we've talked about it a lot at this table. A public discussion around how we as councillors want to process moving forward. Should a road in our ward not follow the 5-year plan? And to me, that could be another recommendation coming out of a task force approach. As a task force would be a task force of council. That would be a place to have those discussions and put those procedures together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, great presentation, great reporting. Thank you. It's wonderful data. My question is, you mentioned 72% is what you strive for. So does that, just trying to wrap my head around that, does that mean that 28% of the roads that you want to get done can't get done because of budgetary concerns? Is that what you mean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. So when we started developing the plan, and then as well as starting with the roads needs study and conversations with the consultant who did the roads needs study, and then looked at our needs and then presented those needs and in comparison to the overall health of the network, which equates to that adequacy. And that adequacy is developed through a couple key factors that I identified in the presentation: is your surface condition and structural adequacy. Keeping in mind affordability, because we don't have unlimited funds. So we looked at a general industry standard in a target range for adequacy with the consultant who's done roads needs studies for many years. And what they saw was within that 72 to 75% is a general good target for municipalities of our size. So based on that, we started then, and what we identified as those needs, which was approximately in 2022, approximately $116 million. We started developing the plans and then the values for those plans based on what we could afford. And then that then moves into our long-term sustainability, and those are the targets that we shoot for. As shown in the presentation, we've had some variances. So in those years, in 2023 and 2024, you see some variances where we've gone beyond what we've targeted. So that really advances the plan. And those come through council recommendations or resolutions or areas where we've had to bring forward projects either due to yearly condition needs or coordination with reconstruction projects. Previous years, it's in the early stages when we started following this process, so 2011 to 16, we projected targets for those programs. In some of those programs, we weren't always able to meet those targets based on the funding we could do in that year, what was available within the overall city budget. So what we then had to do is carry those road projects forward, and they keep moving forward, right? But what we saw was where we couldn't meet those targets is then we had a larger buildup that carried forward that we had to deal with, right? So it's like deferred projects that in our annual budget we see we're deferring them, but you're kicking the can down the road. So eventually you have to deal with it, and sometimes it's at a greater expense.
And that 72 to 75%, is that a kind of a municipal standard across the province? Is it our own? I mean, where does it fit compared to other municipalities?
So that was a number that the consultant who did the last two roads needs, DM Wills, provided to us based on their other assessments of the other municipalities of our size, that for the size of our road network, that is a good target to hit for overall adequacy and health of that network.
And my last question is in preventative maintenance needs. Have you ever been in a situation where that gets pushed down the road? There's not enough money because it's very clear in the report that preventative maintenance is key to maintain the life of the road and save a lot of money down the road. Excuse the pun. Is there ever a situation where we're short of money for preventative and maintenance when it's required on a timely basis?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So we always we have a target in that program. So the life cycle extension program is kind of that program where we use to target preventive maintenance, where it's crack sealing of roads, it's slurry sealing, it's doing asphalt overlays, it's doing microsurfacing, or we're pulverizing a road. Once again, we look at trying to set sustainable targets in that program. Now, we have grown that program substantially since 2011, and I think we've seen benefits of that program. And like I had spoken before, other things we do are preventive additives. And so some of these preventive maintenance things that we do in that program are longer term, right? So we do them now. Longer term, we see those benefits, right? Where it's extending the life of that road out maybe an extra 5 to 10 years. Sorry, go ahead.
I understand that. If you're ever in a situation where, boy, this road needs some preventative maintenance, but we've spent our budget. Now it's not getting done. Does that situation ever occur?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I think you could relate that situation to every year. So every year we have X number of capital dollars to spend in that program. We prioritize those projects with Public Works, mostly for those asphalt overlays. We endeavor to capitalize on expending all those funds on those locations. When we're done, we're done. However, there are still needs that Public Works experiences for patching roads, and that's to keep a good state of repair of that network. But you're always going to have a network that will be in a state of repair prior to us doing any capital improvements, and that's where your maintenance program comes into play.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Okay, thank you.
The answer would also be if they ran into that situation, they could always come back to council and have council approve money from a reserve or other.
I think that's an excellent idea. Just come to council. When you're stuck with a maintenance problem, let us know.
Thank you. Director Rojas.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to add to that, we're talking about Life Cycle Extension Program, which is our preventative maintenance program. We do every year in the early spring, bring a report to council. So we coordinate with Public Works. We look up what the how harsh the winter or the freeze-thaw cycle was. We coordinate with them and we say, here are the roads that we recommend have life cycle extension money. So we approve the life cycle extension money at budget time in November, and then we bring a report, and it's blank. You'll notice on the life cycle extension budget that was approved, there's no roads listed because we don't know which ones they are going to be at. But we do bring a report back to council in April or May, which we will again this year, to list our needs for preventative maintenance. And in past reports, we say we have $1.5 million, here are the roads, but here are some other roads that we think could use some extra funds. And at that time, council has in the past bumped up that program. Or we say we have 1.5 million, we're good, it aligns with our evaluation of preventative maintenance roads. So we do come back to council as an update to say, how is that budget right-sized? Or can that budget be contracted or expanded? So that report will be coming to council in April, so next month.
Thank you, Dr. Rojas. And I would just say to that point, if we ever find we're falling behind in the preventive maintenance, we need more money in the life cycle management, then we should change the budget and just divert funds there to again, save money down the road. And just one last point is I already do know what roads in Ward 4 are going to be in the life cycle management program, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Absolutely amazing report. So thank you, Manager Farquhar. Like you brought it all together for us. And I think we do have the hard data in front of us, and we have to be consistent, and council has to support the plan and, you know, recognize that investment that has to go into our asset management. I think maybe, you know, just listening to a couple of the conversations here, I don't think we have a problem when it comes to the plan. I think our problem is our priority problem when it comes to councillors trying to figure out what roads should be done. So that may be something that we should take into consideration. And again, you know, we're here to support you, the staff, to make our roads better for our residents. And, you know, when it comes to preventative, as you've said in the life cycle, it's, you know, it's us keeping in that term, keeping our good roads good, right? We all follow that pattern. So those are just a few of my thoughts, and I'm sure that we'll have a further discussion at council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, it's a 5-year plan. It's a black and white piece of paper. Probably going to change here and there in the next 5 years. I hope so anyway, because there are roads north of Fallon Falls. I'll just throw that in. Building on Councillor Perry's comments, not his ideas, but his comments on the task force and stuff like that. And Councillor Richardson's comments about conversations around this table. It definitely has to happen. We need more conversation around this table, because I look at the last budget cycle we went through, and I almost felt like I was at a draft.
Horse trading.
And I was standing up and saying the representative from Ward 1 with his first pick picks Horseshoe Crescent.
Yeah, it's bad.
And it was comical almost to banter around the table, picking roads out of a hat. And so the roads that aren't in this plan, and there are lots that need attention, those roads are going to have to be dealt with as well on top of this plan. So I want this council to come together, and I want this council to create maybe its own policy on how this council is going to deal with those roads. Because I don't want to go through another budget cycle where I have the first, 8th, and 16th pick, right? Like so maybe that's something that comes out of this. Maybe it is a task force set up for this council. We use some pro staff to guide us here and there, but we come up with our own idea on how to deal with our inner demon, which is our roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Yeah, just echoing what councillors are saying here, and I think communication is really important. Like, we do rely on the list that the consultant did a list, Public Works does a list, engineering does a list, but councillors do need to have some input too, and we need to work together as equals, contributing to these lists. For example, life cycle extension as an example. This as Manager Farquhar said, this is a living document. You could have roads that are wearing out prematurely. For example, haul routes, they wear out prematurely, they get pounded, and they have to be dealt with maybe 1 or 2 years before it says here in the document. But it is a very good document, and there's no doubt about it. It is a roadmap, and one final thing, not to be a stickler on spelling, but I just wondering if I, for the record, I've been trying to change the spelling of this road for the good folks here in Victoria Place. If I could, it's referred to as Old Slurry Road. It's actually Old Surrey, like Surrey, BC, and it's Old Surrey Lane. If I could have that changed, if you don't mind, it's just a typo. I know these are PDF files, but hopefully it's not too much of a, yeah, I don't know, Old Surrey Lane.
Manager Farquhar is writing copious notes on that. So.
Like Surrey, BC, S-U-R-R-E-Y Lane, not road, but that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it was a great report, and I got lots out of it. I like what the previous two councillors said on my side here, that maybe we need to look at this a little deeper. We've just come out of a paving of gravel roads. Do we want to continue that? We don't have a lot of data because it's a fairly new project, but the whole reason to do that was to save money so we could do other things with roads. And I personally would like to see more evidence from other municipalities, and I'm willing to delve into that in the next couple weeks, because I think it is a good program. So I look forward to talking to this in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll have conversations with staff on how we may proceed with this, and hopefully be able to get back to you before the council meeting. Okay? We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you, Mike, for your report and for your presentation. Appreciate it very much. Moving on in the agenda is item 4.2, and Mr. Babcock is with us one more time. Or are we getting the director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're going to get a brief double team. I'm just going to do a brief introduction, and then Manager Babcock will certainly walk you through the presentation and the report much better than I. I just wanted to make a quick reference, obviously. Again, Manager Babcock has stated it previously. We'll do so again today. We typically report annually on our customer service program. During the global pandemic, there was an interruption to that. He'll speak to that again today. One key focal point here is, I know that recently he made a presentation to council in regards to the customer experience strategy. This is a separate item from that. They do mesh together, but this is more the annual report. I just feel it's important to state that. It also falls in line with what the previous Deputy Mayor Richardson was leading from a customer service standpoint, and what currently Deputy Mayor McDonald is continuing with. It ties in with the city strategic plan as well. And again, Manager Babcock will speak to that. It also highlights and has been spoken to the changing trends in customer service that the world is seeing, the introduction of new data, targets, KPIs that the city intends to use as we move forward, and that will continue to grow. And the huge part that the customer services staff in the customer service division, which I know some of them have taken the opportunity to be in attendance today, which is great, and thank you to them for being up there. But really it does highlight some of the excellent work that they've been doing and that the public is seeing on that as well. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Manager Babcock.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's much more to say than that. I think that was a pretty good intro. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present our 2023 annual performance for customer service. I'm just going to start off maybe by suggesting that I feel like it's been a successful year for customer service. We've got a lot of successes to share in this presentation. But I'm not afraid to, I'm not going to be sugarcoating the failures as well. There was a lot of challenges that came up this year as well, and I think that this provides us a really good opportunity to maybe demonstrate what we've learned through some of those failures and how it's made us stronger as a team. So I'm going to hopefully maybe show you both sides of that as we go through the presentation. 2023 was a really interesting transition year for us. We've implemented a lot of changes across customer service, as Craig spoke to. There's a lot of customer service trends in the industry, both private sector and municipal sector, that we're paying close attention to and really making changes on the fly in order to make sure that we're providing best customer experience we can to our constituents. Part of that transition was just an interesting stat for you. We had a 50% turnover in our customer service team this year. Of that 50%, 67% of the turnover was a result of retirements. And what that means is I had a look at some of the numbers. And so as a team, our team had 165 years of combined service in the city at the beginning of 2023. When I ran that same report in 2024, we're down to 55 years of combined years of service to the city. So we've lost a great deal of tenure over 2023. We had 5 members of the team that had more than 20 years of service with the city, and we're now down to 1 team member that's been with the city longer than 20 years. So with that transition has come a great opportunity. So there's a new vibe in customer service, there's a new sense of energy, and also just a bunch of new excellent ideas that we've been able to implement as a result of just getting some fresh ideas. So with that transition, there's been some challenges in that we've lost an immense amount of knowledge, but we've also had an opportunity to grow and learn by bringing in some new fresh ideas. I also just want to point out we've been on a mission to improve for the last couple of years, but it didn't really start a couple of years ago. Leanne Donnelly, who I know is up here as well in attendance, was the acting manager of customer service prior to me joining the city, and I just want to recognize Leanne because I feel like she did such a great job of really setting the foundation from where we are today. So she brought a really positive attitude and a nice calming presence to the customer service team, which was very needed. And also she was very influential when it came to creating the customer dashboard, which is on our website, the public-facing website, which has really set the stage for development of performance measures. So everything that's in here, all the successes and even some of the failures were started a long time before me starting with the city. Finally, but just before I get into the performance measures, I just want to take a moment to recognize the customer service team. I've thrown a lot of change at them over the course of this year, and they've really stepped up to the plate, as Craig spoke to the team as well. This is, in my opinion, an incredibly strong and dynamic customer service team that's gone through a lot of change, but through this we've been able to build a really strong team culture. This is a team that communicates very well with each other. This is a team that supports each other better than any team I've ever been a part of and at any point in my career. And this is a team that brings a great deal of happiness and joy in every interaction they have with all of our customers. And so they're really strong representatives of the city. I'm very proud of the work that they have done and the changes that they've made over the course of this year. And they honestly just make it a joy for me to come to work every day. I'm very, very proud of the energy that they have and just the environment that they've created as a group. So with that, let's talk about some performance measures. Let's see if I can figure out how to use this thing. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, so just starting off, the first performance measure we're looking at is the service channel distribution. We are a multi-channel hub, so we offer customer service through different channels. Our 3 main channels is our telephone channel, our face-to-face channel, and our online channel. As you can see here, there's a breakdown in the pie graph of where the volumes come through for each of the channels. That 71% telephone channel, that represents about 50,000 calls per year that come into the contact center. The face-to-face channel is the volume of customers that are visiting one of our 4 municipal service centers here at City Hall in Lindsay, also Bobcaygeon, Omemee, and Cobeconk. We have about 15,000 interactions face-to-face throughout those 4 service centers. And we also have about 5,000 interactions that occur through the customer service team online as well. I'll just point out at this point that this is not a full representation of corporately our volume of customer service. So customer service is kind of the first line of defense for many of the service areas across the city, but there's also some key services that we have very little support in. And so one of those being our human services area, and another one being our development services area as well. Those, due to the nature of their business, the fact that they're very specialized in the knowledge that they have, those customers deal primarily with those service areas. There's also some service areas within the city that are providing more of a general customer service that we support in some ways, but have opportunities to grow within that as well. So some of those service areas are certainly our revenue and taxation, the property tax and utility billing payments, municipal law enforcement, our clerk's department, our transit department. There's so many different areas where we can continue to grow and learn and increase our knowledge, which will just help us support those departments in much more meaningful ways to allow them to continue to do value-added work that they need to do within those work groups. So the other thing I'll just mention with this slide here is of the 70,000 interactions that we have on an annualized basis, about 9,000 of those result in a service request where we use our case system to log work that goes off to a subject matter expert in another department to perform the duties from that. I'm just going to go through the top 5 service requests for 2023. This is not going to be a shocking list. I think you could probably just off the top of your head rhyme off what the top 5 are going to be. Number 1, sorry, I don't have Mike's fancy term. I just call them potholes. But potholes represent, we have about 1,000 cases in the system per year, represents about 12 to 15% of all of the service requests through the system is related to potholes. Number 2 is winter maintenance, road winter maintenance concerns. Number 3 is ditching and drainage. 4, garbage collection, recycling. And 5, road conditions and grading. Most of those really related to the public works area. You have to, if we expand to the top 10, you get into some urban trees and some other areas that maybe aren't as closely tied to public works, but public works is certainly a very important stakeholder for us, as many of the calls that we take are related to that service area. Also on the slide, I'm just going to perhaps provide a little bit of a teaser. So it says here, coming soon, social media. We are looking at piloting a 4th customer service channel, which we're really excited about. We're partnering with our friends in communications and marketing to support them with social media inquiries. So we know we've followed customer behavior. We know well enough at this point that a lot of the customers in Kawartha Lakes like to use social media in order to inquire or share concerns. And we have an opportunity to provide an excellent customer service to those customers as well. It's not something that we've done before. Usually we will refer them to one of our other service channels, but we're looking at piloting, going that extra mile and eventually getting to the point we can provide the same level of service over social media that you may get by walking into one of our service centers. I don't want to steal too much of Sherry's thunder because I know that she's presenting on this later today, so I'm sure this is something she'll be speaking about as well. Okay, the rest of the presentation is going to have a very similar look and feel. It's focused primarily on our performance measures that we've established, and the slides look like this. On the left, you're going to see a 5-year historical trend. On the right, you're going to see our performance for 2023. And you're going to see performance that is going to be. We had an interesting year. So there are highs and lows, and I think that's a theme that you're going to see across this. So starting with our service level, so I'll just give you a quick definition of what it is we're talking about here. So a service level is looking at the percentage of calls we answer within our target. The target that we've set is 80-30, which means we aim to answer 80% of our phone calls within 30 seconds. You can see over the 5-year trend here, back in 2018, 2019, we were underperforming in this area. This wasn't actually a performance measure that we were even had our eyes on at that point. So it wasn't a focal area, so it wasn't something that was actively being worked on at that point. You can see a really nice bump in performance in 2021. You're going to see this as a trend throughout most of the performance measures. COVID was obviously a horrific thing for the world, but for customer service, it actually allowed us to focus on some of our other service channels. So as service centers were kind of going through an opening and closing, this allowed us to focus more efforts on our phone channel, which did give us more resources on the phones, which just allowed us to have more dedicated time on the phones, and we saw a performance bump as a result of that. The world's come crashing back down to normal levels here, and so we've seen a decline in our service level over the last couple of years. And in 2023, we ended at 75.6, I think, is where we ended on the year. So just over 75% of the phone calls were answered within 30 seconds. You can see we've got a 2024 forecast on here, and you can see that we're actually projecting to exceed our 80% target. And the reason for that, I'll just draw your eyes to the right-hand side and looking at our month-by-month comparison. We got off to a fairly slow start and never really hit momentum until about September. We had some fairly dreadful months in there between May, June, July, where we were under-resourced and just quite simply didn't forecast the volume of interactions that we were anticipating. And as a result, we see performance in the 60s, which we need to be able to do better than that. We really hit our stride, and heading into the fourth quarter, we've exceeded the target by a significant margin, and we've seen that trend continue into 2024. So just looking at the data this morning, we're sitting at 90% for so far this month. We were at 90% for February. We were at 90% for January. We're exceeding the targets, and we've really hit our stride when it comes to this performance measure. And I anticipate there will be a little bit of regression, but I still think by the end of the year we'll be exceeding the target for service level, which is just a significant improvement from where we were in 2023. The next performance measure we're going to focus on is our answer rate. This one's a little bit more obvious of a definition. It's basically the percentage of calls that we answer versus calls that are not answered. So if someone calls us and they're not able to get a live person in a timely manner, or they have a phone glitch and their phone disconnects in the queue, that counts against our answer rate. We have a target of 95%. This is, we typically perform quite well in this area. We've always exceeded the target, got as high as 98, almost 98% in 2021. And we're sitting around 96 to 97% in 2023. We forecast to be there in 2024. You can see, looking at the month-by-month comparison, we had a June you'll notice is we had a tough month in June where we dipped below the target here. Otherwise, towards quarter four, you can see we actually hit 99%, which is something you'd normally see in a 911 call center. That's not something you'd normally see in a general inquiries call center. So this is really top tier performance at this point, and we've seen this trend continue into the first quarter of 2024. So the next performance measure that we're going to look on is our average speed of answer. This is similar to our service level target, but this is looking at the percentage of just the average amount of time it takes us to answer a call. We have a target of 20 seconds. You can see, looking at the historical trend, we were sitting closer to the 30-second mark. Once again, this wasn't something that was really a focal point back in 2018, 2019, so it wasn't something that was really focused on. In 2021, during COVID, you see that number dip down into the 15-second range, which is phenomenal. Once again, for the same explanation for the service level, it really comes down to resourcing at that time, which was really beneficial, worked to our favor there. Looking at the month-by-month comparison, you see June, once again, as kind of a sore spot for us, over the 45-second threshold, which obviously we need to be a lot closer to target than that. We did, once again, towards the end of the year, we did see significant improvements. A lot of that really comes down to just the effort of this team and being transparent with our targets and with our performance with them, and really pushing them and having them step up every single time they were able to do it. And it's really made a big difference seeing the team really come together and work towards hitting this performance target together. So we were well under 20 seconds for quarter four, even under 15 seconds, which once again, we're overperforming at this point. We've seen that trend continue into 2024 as well. Okay, so this is an interesting one for us. This is our first contact resolution rate. This is the percentage of interactions where we were able to meet the customer's need without the need to transfer them to a subject matter expert in another department, or without them having to call us back to ask follow-up questions. I wish that trend line was like a little more prominent, because it doesn't really speak to how much improvement has actually been made in this area over the last few years. Back in 2018, we were sitting below 30%, which means 70% of the people that called into the city had to either be transferred to another department or they had to call us back again. We know from watching customers' behaviors that when someone takes time out of their day to interact with the city, they want to get answers the first time. They don't want to be transferred to someone's voicemail. They don't want to have to repeat their story over again. They want to be, the person that they speak with, we know that they want that person to be informed and knowledgeable so that they can answer all of their questions. And so this has really been something we've been focusing on over the last couple of years. We've taken a higher percentage of, we're taking ownership over a higher percentage of the customer interactions through a lot of our key stakeholder departments, Public Works being one of them, Revenue and Taxation being another one. We're doing a much better job of not transferring those calls, holding on to them as long as we can, and giving my staff the knowledge that they need to be able to help these customers out as best possible. So we have seen a fairly significant improvement here. We've seen that number climb from just under 30% in 2018. We're now approaching 60% in 2023 into 2024. So we've basically doubled this number. It's been a lot of work. We do have opportunities to continue to grow in this area. There's still some departments that we can do a better job of getting their knowledge so that we can handle more inquiries without passing them along to those subject matter experts. So yeah, for 2023, we're hovering around that 50% to 60% mark. I'd like to see that by the end of the year really see us in the 60s consistently, which would be a huge improvement and a nice success story. So beginning 2023, we also launched a customer experience survey. So customers that have had the opportunity to interact with the city via phone, or in person or online are presented with an opportunity to complete a survey. It's a pretty brief survey. I think it's about 6 questions, but there's really 2 questions that we focus on. And so the next 2 slides are going to look at those 2 questions. The first one is our customer satisfaction rate. So we ask on this survey, we ask the question, how was your most recent experience with the City of Kawartha Lakes? There's 5 options presented. And the measurement here, the target is we are tracking those that are selecting good or great as their experience. And our target is 75%. We want 75% of respondents to say that their service that they received was either good or great. We are not there. We're around 65%. One thing I will point out is that this is a corporate survey, so this is open to all departments that provide customer service. So we're about 10% under target. The quick analysis on this, there's really the one thing that jumps out through this slide and the next slide is just we've got 20% of respondents that said that the most recent experience they had with the City of Kawartha Lakes was bad. That's too high. We really need to take that number, we need to get that under 10%, and we need to take that 10% that said they had a bad experience and turn that into a great experience in order for us to help hit our targets here. The one thing I'll just point out to when it relates to, as I mentioned that this was a corporate target, I did extract the customer service data. So through this survey, you can select what department you were dealing with. When I extract the customer service data, the customer service team is hitting this target currently. We came in at 78% satisfaction rate, so that taking the good and great combined, so we are above that target. But one of the things that I found that I was really happy to see was the respondents that said they had a bad experience was down to 5%. So a really big improvement in that piece of it. And so there's an opportunity for us to take that across the corporation and improve this metric overall. The next question we ask, which is of importance to us on this survey, is how much effort was required of you during this experience? We refer to this as our customer effort score. And we are looking for respondents to say that it was easy or it was very easy. A similar trend here, we're sitting around the mid-60s percentage. Our target is 75%. Once again, we're sitting around 25% of respondents that said it was difficult. And so we have an opportunity to drive that down and take those respondents that said they had a difficult time dealing with the city and turning that into a response of it was very easy. So we have an opportunity to analyze the data from here, gain a better understanding of what departments are having difficulty providing easy service to customers. We have a wide variety of services that are provided to our customers. Some of the services that we provide are really complex, and therefore there's a difficulty component to that. Some aren't so complex, and maybe we're making them overcomplicated. So with analysis, we should be able to dive into that over 2024 and help with improve in this score as well. I did extract the customer service data once again. We're actually sitting a little below target as well. We're sitting at 70% satisfaction rate, and about 14% said it was difficult. So we've got some work to do internally with our customer service team as well on this performance measure. Jumping into some recent improvements over the team for 2023. First one is we've updated job descriptions and job titles. So historically, we've always had 3 different roles within the customer service team: a service administrator 1, a service administrator 2, and a service administrator 3. We've modernized the job descriptions and the titles along with that, so we now have a customer experience specialist position and a customer experience administrator position. We really want to drive home the importance of providing a good experience to our constituents, and so putting that in the job title is one way to demonstrate how serious we're taking that. And it's also a theme throughout the job descriptions as well, just to recognize that we are here to serve our customers. There's an opportunity for us to go above and beyond and really do everything that we can within our power in order to assist customers as best possible. Secondly is our improved team communication through our use of instant messaging. This has been a great tool for us. We use the Zoom platform, Zoom chat. It's been a great way for us to get messages across the team very quickly. And so if a set of street lights goes out in Bobcaygeon, we can put that in the chat and everyone knows immediately that if someone calls in about it, that we're on it, we're aware of it, and we can rest assured that customer that we've got someone on the scene taking care of it, instead of us being kind of last to know and slow communication, having 10 interactions, 10 customers calling the same thing and getting 10 different answers. The next thing we're really focusing on is the cross-training, using our subject matter experts in other service areas to give us that knowledge transfer so that we can do a better job of passing that along to customers without having to transfer as many calls or even log cases in some case. If we've got the information on hand, we can provide it to the customer firsthand and really provide a better customer service as a result of that. And then finally, I spoke to this one earlier, but just the improved work culture we've seen across the customer service team. I'm really proud of the progress that's been made. In fact, I would say it's the biggest accomplishment that we've had in 2023. Just the creation of this team that is really working quite well. And I just spent the last 15 or so minutes talking about our performance measures, and now we've seen a spike in our performance over the last 6 months or so. A great deal of that I attribute to the fact that we have a great work culture that's really driving the team to challenge each other every single day. And then looking into 2024, Director Shanks mentioned that this is not about the customer experience strategy that was last month, although there is certainly a tie between the work that we do and the new strategy that we're launching. And so there is a correlation here certainly between that. One of that is, so looking at improving accessibility, we do have a social media channel that we're looking at launching in 2024, as I mentioned as well. We also have a service center modernization strategy in place that we're working on in order to enhance the look and feel of our 4 service centers, introduce some technology to these spaces, improve accessibility of our counters, just making sure that we're creating an inclusive space that when a customer walks in, when an employee walks in, they're walking into a space that they can be proud of. Secondly is, and this is an ongoing priority for us, will continue to be for our existence, and that is improving partnerships. We formed a customer experience hot team as a action out of the strategy, which is a cross-functional team made up of frontline staff from across the organization. And this team's going to be responsible for implementing the actions from the strategy. It also allows us just a really good opportunity to continue to expand and enhance those relationships that we have with stakeholders in other departments. So I'm really looking forward to that team kicking off and building those relationships. And then collaboration opportunities with council. Deputy Mayor McDonald actually made a comment last month during Committee of the Whole that's really kind of stuck with me around the importance of council as a customer. And I couldn't agree more. I think that there's great opportunities to expand the relationship that exists between the customer service team and members of council. I know how important customer service is to all of your roles. I know that it monopolizes a great deal of your time. And I think there's a really good opportunity for us to support you in a way that allows you to help your constituents as best possible. You deal with perhaps more of the contentious and escalated issues. Typically, when you get involved in a customer interaction, it's because as a corporation, we haven't met the expectations of that constituent. So there's a lot of learning that can happen through there. And so I think there's just a really opportunity for us, a really great opportunity for us to work closer with you over 2024. And Deputy Mayor McDonald and I have had a number of conversations and will continue to do on how we make that happen. Third one is improving community trust. This is, and so the action we have out of this is we're in the process of creating customer service profiles. This is something that will reside on the customer service website, and it's really just an opportunity to introduce the customer service team to the community. This customer service team are, they're your neighbors. Their kids go to your kids' school and play on the same sports teams. They're active community members. When you call the City of Kawartha Lakes or you visit one of our service centers, you're not talking to an external call center. You're talking to residents of Kawartha Lakes that live and breathe and play in the city, and they are very committed to doing the best they can to help our customers. And so I want that to be evident, and I want to use this as an opportunity to build trust in the community, knowing that when you're interacting with Kawartha Lakes, you're interacting with Kawartha Lakes. And then finally, improving transparency. This presentation is a piece of the puzzle, but coming to council once a year isn't transparent enough. So one of the things we're looking at is building a customer service performance dashboard. So a number of the performance measures we went through here today, we can report on these on a real-time, daily basis, whatever frequency we decide to use, but having a dashboard available for the public so they can see how we're actually performing. And with that, that is the end of the presentation. I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. That was great, and thanks to all your folks and what they do. And I think there's more good news in this story than there are bad news. And of course, there's always challenges and things that we need to do. But certainly, it looks like we're heading in the right direction, and that's certainly on you and Director Shanks and your whole team. So thank you for that. Can I get a motion that the presentation by Manager Babcock be received and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Warren, Councillor Ashmore. And we have some questions. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just slide 6, if you want to flip back, but I do want to actually echo the same sentiments as the mayor has just put out there, and it's amazing to come into City Hall and to the other service centers and see the energy that your staff has and the enthusiasm, and that's a reflection of, you know, some great changes, so thank you for that. 6, we're talking about that first contact resolution. When the customer's calling in, and sometimes, you know, us too, as councillors, as you said, can have those frustrations finding the right answer. Are we dealing, your staff member going to like a specific staff person liaison, or using just the Zoom chat for those resolutions? And when you get those answers, is that a typical callback, or is that typical email back? Just so I understand the process a little better. Thank you.
Sure, great question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. There is a number of support processes we have in place in this. So one of the things we've been able to do a really good job of this year is we have an in-house knowledge base. So it's a tool, we use SharePoint. It's a tool within SharePoint where we house as much information as we possibly can. It would be unrealistic to expect that our staff can just have all this information in their head. So this is an easy resource for staff to go to. If we have a question that doesn't come up every day, they would access SharePoint. They would use the frequently asked questions knowledge-based tool that we have in order to try to find the answer in there. If they are unable to find the answer in there, first of all, that's an opportunity for us to expand on our knowledge base. So we have staff on our team that are responsible for updating that. So after the interaction, they'll reach out to that staff member and say, hey, I couldn't find this answer. Could you beef it up in our knowledge base? And so that's been a great improvement over the course of the year. We do use Zoom chat for support as well. So if we have a customer on the line and there's, you know, potentially people that are waiting to answer your questions within Zoom chat on the team, we can do that. We also have our specialist position that is there as almost called like an escalation point as a point of reference as well. Barring we can't get the answer through there, then we're going to make the call to a department to speak with an expert in that area. Sometimes that means that we are passing that call on, and sometimes it means we are just calling them to get the answer and then relaying that back onto the customer. That's our first choice right there, is getting the information and then relaying it back onto the customer, maintaining the ownership of that experience with the customer service team. But there are just complex situations and that's why we've set a target of 75%. There's never going to be 100% where that's handled within the team. But I would say it would be, to answer your question as well, just very infrequently would we be letting that customer go and then emailing them afterwards. We really do strive to get the answer to them the first time.
Councillor McDonald, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, Mr. Babcock, for your presentation. I'd also like to thank Councillor Richardson and everybody in your team for all the improvements you've done in the last year. I think you've done an excellent job, and we're going to keep it up, put it that way. So I love when you said fresh idea. Well, guess what? We have 4 or 5 people around this table have fresh ideas too, and I think that helps us to move forward. All departments working together as a partnership, I think that's a key to making sure when we talk about case numbers and the issues. It's okay to answer the phone in 30 seconds and so on, but I'm more concerned about how long does it take to resolve a case. When you talk about, and thank you for bringing that up, like everybody sitting around this table is your customer, is your best customer, because when you look at it, engineering looks after engineering issues, bylaws looks after bylaw, roads look after bylaw, but every councillor around here looks after everything. We look after every complaint. So we need a system set up that when you transfer a call and you lose them, I think we lose that because it goes to all the different departments. So a system would be nice to track that. And we also need to set a time limit on case numbers and so on as we go forward, which you and I have talked about. But anyway, just thank you very much for the report. I'm really looking forward to working with you for the rest of the year, and hopefully we can make some other good things happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
For you, Mr. Mayor, thanks. That's a great presentation. Just a couple questions. whether or not it's better. I saw that there were very few interactions by email versus phone. So from a staff perspective, is it better to, and the process itself, to use email rather than phone? That's my first question.
That's a great question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I guess it depends on your perspective. I guess the way I'll answer the question in two parts. First part, I want our customers to be able to interact with the city the way that they choose. If they want to go on our website and fill out the report it form, that's great. If they want to come into a service center and deal with someone face to face, that's great. If they want to call us, that's great as well. If I put my corporate hat on, I will tell you that there is a fairly significant disparity when it comes to the cost of each of those channels. And so providing face-to-face service is much more expensive than providing service online. And phone is in the middle. So the better job as a corporation we can do to driving online service, the better. Not at the expense of forcing a customer to do something that they're not comfortable doing. So I think that there's an opportunity for us to enhance our website, make it so that more services are available, and make it so that when someone wants to get service online, that they're getting the same level of service online that they would if they were dealing with someone in one of the service centers. We have some work to do to get there, which is why I think these numbers are what they are. I never want to sacrifice one of the channels in order to build up another channel. So when we say we're going to focus on the website, that doesn't mean we're turning a blind eye to in-person service or on the phone service. Those are very important channels for us that we need to continue to make sure that we are focusing in those channels as well. But certainly there's an opportunity for us to enhance our online channel.
That's great. Just an issue I find, you get a call and it says the city. You don't know whether or not it's staff, whether it's a complaint, and sometimes something happens and the person's gone and you have no telephone number. So that's a bit of an issue, not knowing who's calling. It just says city. So, and a couple times that's happened to me where something happened with that telephone call and I don't know who's called. So that'll be a complaint for sure. So that's just an observation. Thank you.
I think that's something I can look into with IT. I don't know if there's anything that we can, I don't have an answer for that off the top of my head, but I can explore that further.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Steve. Thank you for your presentation. And I wanted to commend the customer service staff because they like I've said before, they have their job is 10 times harder than mine, in my opinion. They see people every minute sometimes, and they just keep coming in through the door, which is great. That's why we're here, to serve them. But it's not easy trying to navigate all the different things that come in, but I certainly commend them for their patience and their dedication to their job. And it's been really, since you've taken over your position, you've been quite accessible to get on the phone to and speak to and even meet, so that's great. And some of the things that you were looking at improving or tweaking, I guess, would be like, for example, when you go on to report it. Like, report it is probably your most commonly used method of getting an issue documented and dealt with, that perhaps you could maybe upload a photo to something, which would be great, but I think you're working on that. The other thing you mentioned about the dashboard, and that's really important because I know we had a dashboard presentation a couple of years ago, but if someone had the ability to have a PIN and they could access some of their information, not just tax information, not everybody pays taxes, they're residents, they pay rent, or they're consumers or whatever, and they want to get onto the website. I think we're going to talk about the website more this afternoon, but would there be a chance that we could, for example, access a case number if you had a PIN to get into your own file, just to your own, to access your information?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We are starting this, and this is something that's actually a pretty exciting initiative for 2024. We're starting gradually with our burn permit process, where you're going to be able to go onto a self-service portal, log in, and apply for a permit. This isn't exactly what you're talking about, but this is the stepping stone to help us get there. And so this pilot program I'm really excited about it, because I think it's opening the door to a self-service portal, which is what you are talking about. So in the future, are you going to be able to log into City of Kawartha Lakes website and see a history of service requests that you've logged? Are you going to be able to see when your next garbage pickup is? Are you going to be able to report a new case? Are you going to be able to see the amount of your property tax bill and your utility bill? Yes, that's the future. That's where other municipalities are headed. So that self-service portal is something that's going to be on the radar. We have some upgrades we need to make in order for us to get there, so that I don't see that. That is not a 2024 initiative, but it is something that's on our radar, and it is something that we are going to be focusing on for sure.
Okay, thanks. And finally, you mentioned surveys. Like, we have a really good social media presence, and you're going to be unveiling that to do more surveys through the social media. Would that be something that you'd be looking into, proposing, or initiating?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. There's going to be an opportunity for surveying on specifically, I think, some of the initiatives from the customer experience strategy. We have a good opportunity to hear more from residents on really what they want to see their priorities are. So I do expect some jump-in surveys as a result of that. The customer experience survey that we launched in 2023 is something that I see, it's an ongoing survey. So, so 2023 was really our benchmark year. Now we have some results to play off. We know what we're working with. And so I plan on continuing that survey in following years and then benchmarking off of that. So I want to see improvements in 2024. I don't want us to be in the 60s. I want us to be in the 70s next year. So we've got something to aim for with that survey.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. No, but we do for the presentation. I have a mover and seconder for the presentation. All in favor? Thank you. There's also a report attached to that. And can I have a motion that the report be received and the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Joyce, you have a question?
Saving it for the reports, right? Okay, so Manager Babcock. First of all, again, thank you. I look at I'm in the event business, and I can do everything right in an event, but the first point of contact is the registration area. In human behavior, they remember the first thing and the last thing when they're leaving. So I look at their customers, if I don't have the registration desk working flawlessly, what happens after that almost doesn't matter. So I look at your customer service department the same way. It's first point of contact, it's the face of the city, and thank you for you and your team and your work. I think it's vital, very, very important. First, a comment, I guess if engineering and public works could actually fix all the roads and get rid of all the potholes and do all the ditching, 4 of your top 5 calls would just disappear. There we go. The dip in May, June, July, is that you were under-resourced or unanticipated number of calls, really increased, or a combination of both?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, great question. It was a combination of a number of things. And so we do we do look at our historical call volumes over a 5-year period. So I can run through the trend very quickly for you. We start off slow in January, calls build up over the course of the winter time up till a peak in the May-June timeframe. So May-June is our busiest time of year for phone calls. We typically see a fairly significant regression in the summertime, And the interesting thing is that didn't happen this year. And I don't have a great explanation as to why it didn't happen, but I'm going to be prepared for it this year. And then from there, we see the calls kind of trickle off over the rest of the year, depending on Mother Nature. So if we have a number of winter storms, that does drive quite a bit of volume across our service channels. But typically that May-June timeframe is the busiest time of year from a call center perspective, and we were also hit with some unplanned, unscheduled absences as well during that time frame that put us in a bit of a hole. And so we're working hard this year, recognizing some of those, I'll call them failures from 2023, to making sure that we are fully resourced for that time frame. We're taking action now to make sure that staff are trained and ready to go for that busy time.
Thank you. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Just a comment here on your first contact. Oh, no, actually, before that, why 80/30? Like, is that a call center industry standard? Like, why not 90/45?
Great question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. It is an industry best practice. It's recognized both privately and municipally. 80/30 has kind of been the trend for, I'm going to say, since my early call center days, which is going back 20 plus years. It's just, so the reason why 30 is selected, that 30-second mark, is because that piece of the target is built around customer expectations. Customers are usually expecting to wait a certain period of time, and that 30-second mark is kind of that mark where it's like, all right, I've waited 30 seconds, now I'm ready to talk to someone. So you start talking 45 seconds, that goes a little beyond where customers' expectations are. And the 80% is based on the fact that, so right now us performing in the 90s, we're overperforming. We don't need to be in the 90s. In fact, if that trend were to continue for multiple years, I would suggest we're over-resourced. And we need to bring that down to that 80% because that's what's in line with customers' expectations, and we really shouldn't be over-resourcing customer service. I'm sure that money could be spent elsewhere in the city if that's what we were doing. But that 80/30 is an industry target. The one thing I'll just say, so I forgot to mention this during the presentation, I'm glad you brought it up, but the increase in performance that we've seen from the beginning of 2023 to late 2023 was done without increasing resources. So we are very capable of making improvements to our performance without just throwing more resources at the system. That isn't always the answer. The improvements that we've made have really been about working better as a team, improving the culture, making continuous improvement, improvements that have found us efficiencies in how we deliver that service without impacting quality.
Thank you. First contact resolution, is that also an industry standard? My gut feeling is you're being too tough on yourself.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It is an industry best practice. It's expected that we wouldn't necessarily be able to hit that target for a number of years. It is a stretch target for us. But we are making a lot of progress with that, actually. So I'm happy to keep it at 70%, knowing that, or 75%, knowing that it is a stretch target for us, and knowing that's where we need to get to, and recognizing we're not going to be there in 2024. But it does come from the industry as well.
Thank you. In the survey, the responses for not good and bad, I haven't seen the actual survey, but I think you have to be very careful there. It's all about the question is customer service. My concern is you service the customer promptly, effectively, and accurately, but because they just didn't like the answer, they're going to answer not good or bad. And you got to be, tease that apart.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I think that's why we set realistic targets. So there is a certain percentage of respondents that are just going to use the opportunity to trash the city and put bad scores on there simply because, regardless of the service that they got. And so I think that's why we're not aiming for 100%. I think that's why we've set the target at 75%. And so I agree with you. I think that, but actually when you do the analysis, you can actually draw a lot from that as well. So it's not just the score that's important, it's actually going through and looking at the trends. And one of the things that were really interesting to me was I was very inspired by the number of positive comments that came out of the survey, specifically about customer service staff, naming them and just expressing their appreciation for the service that they received. It far outnumbers the actual complaints that were in there, which complaints are there as well. But yes, you can see from the comments whether or not the score is reflective of the service that they received, or a beef about perhaps maybe more of a process instead. And that's one of the things that I found was all of the compliments that I saw in there were about an individual providing the service. All of the complaints that I saw in there were about systemic issues, process delays, that sort of thing. So the good stuff is people and the bad stuff is process.
Interesting. Thank you. And I have one more here. The bullet point here, the city is challenged to address anger and misinformation on social media. That's a concern. If you can just expand on that. Is it, I know it's there, is it, you've got processes in place to, where it doesn't overly negatively affect staff, I hope. It's in terms of the culture.
I'm hoping for the opposite through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. I'm hoping for the opposite effect, because my staff are really excited to be able to help customers the best they can. And so this is a gap right now, I would suggest. I'm not like an avid social media guy, but you know, what I do see on Facebook is, you know, a constituent will put an issue or a concern on a community Facebook page, and then it explodes with comments of, you know, some comments are inaccurate information, other comments go off topic, and, you know, we start off talking about a tree that fell down, and all of a sudden someone's complaining about a pothole, and it's like, well, okay, like, there's an opportunity for the city to jump in a proactive manner, take control of that post, provide accurate information, let everyone know in that post that the city's actually taking this serious and going to do something about it, instead of letting it just cycle and cycle on with negativity and negative comments that really aren't, it's not providing a great image for the city. So that's where I think the opportunity is, and I think my staff is really excited to be able to jump in and be empowered to help customers in that platform.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I misunderstood. I was looking at that as misinformation directed towards customer service. That's not the case. Okay, good. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that passes. I'm going to play with the agenda a little bit here, folks. I don't want to rush Mr. Kelly, so Deputy Mayor McDonald will have him on first at 1 o'clock. But in the meantime, Manager Sherry Davidson is off ill today, so we're not going to do the communication strategy presentation. That will go to council on the 19th. And there is a report attached to that. So if we can receive the report, can I have a motion to receive the report? Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton, and that'll go to council. So we'll have the presentation at council, and then the report you can extract if you need to. So all in favor? Thank you. And what we'll do is we'll go to lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. And the first thing on the agenda will be the environmental assessment report on the intersection improvements for Kawartha Lakes 36, Duke Street, Helen Street, and Cedar Tree Road in Bobcaygeon. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for everybody coming. I'd like to welcome everybody to the continuation of the Committee of the Whole meeting, December 5th, 2024. Just a reminder that this committee, it's a Committee of the Whole meeting, and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, March 19th, 2024 for consideration. We left off, we'll start off with 4.3, the environmental assessment report on the intersection improvements for the intersection of City Kawartha Lakes, Road 36, East Street North, Duke Street, Helen Street, and Cedar Road, Bobcaygeon presentation. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Council, I am pleased to provide a brief summary for the environmental assessment for the intersection of East Street North, Duke Street, Cedar Tree Lane, and Helen Street in Bobcaygeon. I will be summarizing the municipal assessment report that's in Appendix A of my report. My report is asking for an endorsement of options, so I hope this presentation gives you the supporting information to help you in your decision. So in general, a transportation master plan outlines long-range infrastructure requirements for existing and future land use using environmental assessment planning principles. We also refer to it as a TMP. Our last TMP from 2012 identified the intersection of East Street North and Cedar Tree Lane and Duke Street in Bobcaygeon as needing future intersection improvements. This could include a traffic light. Since these recommendations are future predictions, the timing and type of improvements that are recommended in the TMP depend on the traffic growth of the area. We're at a point in time now where traffic levels have reached appropriate levels to initiate the design process for the traffic signal. We retained Concept Dash engineering firm to assist in the design of the signals. After analyzing turning movement counts and the latest collision data, they noted a potential major safety concern. So Concept Dash indicated that the proximity of Helen Street to the intersection presents a potential collision probability that is expected to increase at least 2 to 3 folds once the signal is operational. With this information at this time, it was appropriate to initiate an assessment using the Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Schedule A+ framework. The Municipal Class Environmental Assessment is a process that, it's a framework that, if followed, grants project approval under the Ontario Environmental Assessment Act. Although this project does not, it's technically exempt under the Act, it's pre-approved due to the complexities. If you're not as complex of a project, you're basically pre-approved. However, using the framework that it provides, it's a good project management. The key principles in the MCEA, which is what I refer to as a municipal class environmental assessment from now on, is to identify the problem and opportunity, provide consultation with the affected parties, provide consideration for a reasonable range of alternatives, perform a systematic evaluation of alternatives in terms of the advantages and disadvantages associated with each alternative, and to document the process. So the documentation is important, so we have full transparency. A key component of an EA would be the Public Information Center, which we call the PIC. It's where we outline the various design options to the public. We held the PIC for this on November 20th, 2023. It was in Bobcaygeon. It was very well attended. It involved lots of lively discussion. We received the comments and they were considered in the EA report. So the following slides will outline what we presented as our alternative options at the PIC. For evaluation purposes, we always include a do-nothing option. It's cost-effective, but not always recommended. I'd like to clarify that most of these options are in addition to a traffic light. So for the do nothing option, it's only specific to the Helen Street safety concerns. Options 2A and 2B involved turning restrictions. 2A is a median that you can see in red in the diagram. It does not fully eliminate the safety concerns, but it does address it, and it is a cost-effective option. The same way with an island, which is option 2B. So alternatives 3A, 3B, and 3C involved preventing the access to Helen Street. 3A would be closing the northbound lane completely. It addresses the safety issue, but it potentially would add new conflicting movements as drivers try to navigate the closure, and they would have the opportunity to make poor decisions. Option 3B is a standard style cul-de-sac, which fully addresses the safety concerns. However, a standard cul-de-sac would lead to possible requirements of land purchasing. So a redesigned type of cul-de-sac known as a knucklehead or an offset cul-de-sac. This would be wholly within City of Kawartha Lake's property. It fully addresses the safety issues without requiring the delay and cost of additional lands. The final option presented was a roundabout. It offers safer movements, reduces queues and delays. However, it was overwhelmingly disliked by the public. Using evaluation criteria outlined in the report in Appendix A, which did not factor in the public comments, roundabout scored the highest, with the knucklehead cul-de-sac and the north lane closure a very close third and second place. So when considering the public comments at the PICs, we found there was very strong opinions about roundabouts. Those in favor felt strongly about the improved traffic flow and decreased delay in the summer, but they were outnumbered by comments saying anything but a roundabout. They were particularly, some people were particularly very fearful of the crossing complexities of being a pedestrian crossing a roundabout. As for the residents of Helen Street, those in attendance were generally in support of a cul-de-sac option. They felt that closing Helen Street would make it quieter and safer. The chart shows that the majority of people preferred the cul-de-sac. Interestingly, when asked to provide a preference they did not prefer, it was mostly left blank or not a roundabout. So this report is to be received with the hope that Council will endorse an option. The signal is currently in the 2025 budget, and additional funds for these options would be considered as part of that budget process. For these estimated costs, it includes the cost of the traffic signal in all the options except for the roundabout, which the cost would be completely in place of the signal. So in summary of the 72-page EA report, all options other than the do nothing are viable options. However, the Concept Dash and CKL staff recommend fully eliminating the safety issues presented at Helen and Duke Street introduced by the new traffic signal by closing the north access of Helen Street via the offset or knucklehead style cul-de-sac, which is option presented 3C. If endorsed, a bylaw for the closure of Helen Street will be brought to Council for approval at the time of construction. I am happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple coming here. And the first one is Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the report. It was a good PIC, and I think I scared a couple people just by saying I really thought a roundabout would be the answer, just for fun, but no. And the fellow who lives right next door is, buying into it totally, so that's great. And the knucklehead seems the way to go. Most people were really happy with that. So thanks for your report.
Next is Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Kelly. Thanks for the presentation there. With regard to the roundabout, I know it's not a popular option, but you had mentioned that there's no method of pedestrians getting across, but there are ways of doing that. There are designs that pedestrians can cross a roundabout, but of course roundabouts need lots of room. We've seen roundabouts like the one south of Kawartha Downs that's not really as big. It works, it's functioning, but it could be better, it could be bigger. If you see roundabouts in Western Ontario, they're much bigger. But my question is, there are design methods of getting pedestrians across safely in roundabouts. I've driven roundabouts in New Zealand. In fact, I found them easier to drive on the left-hand side than the right-hand side, but anyways, that's just my preference. But they are workable if you design them properly, but is there enough room there to have a roundabout? And that's my main question.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Ashmore. Thank you for the question. You are correct. The roundabout would be designed to accommodate the safe crossing for pedestrians. It would include median islands, refuge in the middle of the road. This was communicated to those in attendance at the PIC. There was a flyby graphic, and they still wanted to voice how fearful they were of crossing. But by design, we mitigate the danger to pedestrians as much as possible. As for the size, it's correct. The bigger it is, the more traffic it can be accommodated, the more types of traffic can be accommodated. It increases flows. Basically, the design as shown is about as big as it can go without future land procurement, and it is enough space to accommodate the type of vehicles that travel on this road.
Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, through you, Deputy Mayor. Full support to the councillor and the constituents for what sounds like a resounding vote in favor of the knucklehead option. But I had a question that came up. The roundabout, it seems like roundabouts are the topic. You know I'm a huge fan. Manager Farquhar is probably tired of me calling about them, and Director Rojas knows I really do see the future of a town that's going to triple, Lindsay specifically, and double for the city. This is something I'd love to see more of. In this case, as I already said, no problem. But I'm curious. So it was number 4, and yet it literally, the report says best choice for traffic, exactly what progressive cities are doing, but some people surveyed, and rightfully so, feel they have concerns, and that's great. I wondered, is there ever a way we'll see roundabout, let's say that Deputy Mayor, myself, and Lindsay had an existing intersection, similar, okay, so not a new development, existing, and we really feel, and so does the engineering department, that this is somewhere that could really do a roundabout beautifully and begin the trigger effect for the future of people getting used to them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is there ever a way that will come to council as choice number 1, 2, or 3, even if the public consultation is overwhelmingly against? I'm not suggesting that I would listen to the constituents. It's a curiosity I have, though, in other cities how that's happened, because clearly you're always going to have resistance to things that are new. This one makes sense because it's safety. I'm just wondering if that ever, how does that ever play out? If do you see what I'm saying? How do you get the roundabout thing going if we as a council actually feel that there's a need in a certain spot, but there's enormous resistance?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Smeaton. Roundabouts they're great in certain situations. They really help with the flow of traffic. They decrease delays. They significantly decrease T-bone style collisions. So you may generally have more collisions in a roundabout, but they are much more survivable. So the applications of where a roundabout would be number one would depend on the volume of traffic, who's using it. So other municipalities that have put them in, we're looking at 20,000 vehicles going through this intersection, huge delays on all corners of a signal. That would just go to number one. And the public, they're smart. They're drivers. They know how to drive. They sooner or later they figure it out. No. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, not a question, but just a comment. Roundabout, if there's ever an intersection that cries out for roundabout, this is one. They're proven to be safer, better for the environment, less idling, better for pedestrians because they can only crossing one lane of traffic at any one time. And statistically, you put it in North America, you put a roundabout, and 70% of your constituents will be against it. You survey them 1 year later, you flip that around, 70% are going, oh, this is pretty good, I like it. So I would keep that in mind that maybe initially a roundabout won't be in favor, but once they try it out and get used to it, and they'll be going, wow, this actually works. So that's my say on it.
Thank you. Please, the crowd, no chitter in the back there, please, when somebody's speaking. Thank you. Next is Councillor Warren.
Yeah, just on the safety issue, this is a little bit different because we're closing Helen Street too. So that's going to make that whole intersection safer, I think, with putting the knucklehead, I like saying that, in there. I like roundabouts also. My husband's from England and I've been over there a few times, and it just makes everything, nobody stops, right? It's just a kind of flow of traffic. And so it is, as my buddy next door here, Councillor Joyce, said, it is good for the environment, for sure.
Okay, thank you. So I need a motion to receive this report. First by Councillor Smeaton, second by Councillor Richardson. All in favor? 4.3, there's actually a motion on this report, and I'll read it to you. That the report to ENG 2024004 Environmental Assessment Report on the intersection improvements of the intersection City of Kawartha Lakes, Road 36, East Street North, Duke Street, Helen Street, Cedar Tree Lane in Bobcaygeon be received, that the preferred design, option 3C, traffic signals at the East Street North and Duke Street, Cedar Tree Lane with the Knucklehead cul-de-sac closing access to Helen Street be endorsed by council, and that the recommendation be brought forward for consideration in the next regular council meeting. I have a first. Councillor Warren, second. Councillor Perry, all in favor? Passed.
Just thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to recognize that MP Jamie Schmale is with us this afternoon.
Thank you. Welcome to our meeting. Okay, we're going to start with deputations. And the first deputation we have, as everybody knows, you will get 5 minutes unless it's otherwise you're being told by myself. You'll get 5 minutes, stick to your subject that you're talking about, and we'll go from there. So the first one we have is Glenys Fitzpatrick. She'll be talking about littering at the public water access on Frank Hill Road, Township of Emily.
Mayor Elmsley and members of council for the City of Kawartha Lakes. Frank Hill Road Public Water Access Property at or near 782 Frank Hill Road, and ongoing litter problem at that location, in the hopes that council, with the support of staff, can find a solution to this problem. My name is Glennis Fitzpatrick. I reside at 828 Frank Hill Road. This property was purchased by my family in 1963. The site has been a part of the local community for over 70 years, including a gathering, swimming, and fishing spot. As well, since the rebuilding of the road in the early 70s, it has been a boat launch site for the local community and a water supply for the fire department as needed during emergencies. In 2018 or so, the site was the subject of discussion by council when an adjacent property owner new to the area threatened use of the property as public access. At that time, the local community expressed concern and a deputation was made to the council with a petition of over 100 signatures asking that the public nature and access to the site be maintained. It can be noted that the municipality's official plan not only supports but encourages the preservation of the site for the use of its citizens. In addition to the site's interest as an access point for the public as discussed above, it also serves as an excellent opportunity to observe wildlife such as beaver, waterfowl, and their offspring, including ducks, geese, swans, herons, and most notably loons. Loons regularly nest at this end of Chemong Lake every year. Osprey are also common in this area. On October 23, 2023, I walked down to the site to enjoy the amenities that it offers and was appalled and dismayed at the amount of litter strewn around the site and on both sides, i.e. the smaller lake and Chemong Lake. And I did attach photos of my observations. I returned a few days later with garbage bags, gloves, and a rake and attempted to clean the site. The majority of the litter appeared to be left by persons fishing, i.e. fishing line, plastic bags, gutted fish remains, styrofoam worm containers, coffee cups, sandwich bags, etc. I left some of the bags I collected at the site and advised the municipality, which they picked up in a timely manner. The remainder I took home, sorted the recyclables, and took to the landfill at my own expense. It appears to me there is an ongoing total lack of respect to the property and the environment shown by persons using the site, and that has prompted me to try and be part of the solution towards improvement of the site. It can be noted that in speaking with a neighbor that lives close to the site, I was advised that they witnessed people that were fishing walk to the edge of their property and defecate on their lawn in broad daylight. This is just one example of the total lack of regard that is shown by people who use this site. So some suggested solutions for this site. Number one, the site appears to be categorized as public water access. If the property was classified as level B or C boat launch, garbage cans and weekly garbage collection could be provided to the site. The deputation mentioned earlier under history background supported a redesignation of the site. Unfortunately, this was not supported by council or staff at the time. Fishing could be prohibited at the site. The municipality could include the site in the Adopt a Road program, and I would be happy to be a volunteer. They could also make an exception and allow a garbage container and weekly garbage collection at the site. I'm sure this is not the only site experiencing this problem. I am hopeful council will give consideration to the ongoing concerns with regard to the site and find a solution which is reasonable and beneficial to the local community. In advance, I thank council for their time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you for your deputation. Just stay right there in case there's a question. And there is, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you very much, Ms. Fitzpatrick, for coming today, and I do want to recognize how much work you do at the Frank Hill water access, and we appreciate that. I will, at the next council meeting, bring a motion to have staff look at what we can do to address some of the concerns that you've brought to light today, so thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion that the deputation of Glennis Fitzpatrick regarding littering at the public water access on Frank Hill Road, Township of Emily, be received, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for the next council meeting. Councillor Richardson and Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you. Next is by Zoom. It will be David Webb concerning budget process. Go ahead, Mr. Webb.
How about that? Sounds like unmuted. Is that right?
We can hear you now.
Very good. All right. So thank you very much. And hello from steamy Bangkok, Thailand. We're in the last night of our 2 months in Thailand. So it's a little dark here. I had originally intended to make this deputation back during budget deliberations in the fall, but timing didn't permit. So better late than never. Here I am. I've got 2 points that I'd like to cover. Both are related to service, and both will benefit budget deliberations and all services. While watching the budget deliberations in the fall, I felt that councillors were being asked to support requests for budget without fully understanding whether the service that was requesting the funding was delivering their service as expected and to the satisfaction of taxpayers. The way our budget talks go is that each area comes in, makes a pitch for continued funding with some incremental increase without having to fully justify their service and the service level and its level of funding. My suggestion is to repeat the exercise that was done in 2015 and have the city undertake a core service review. This means that you assume nothing about each service and instead you validate with service users that it is still desired and at what level of service. It's entirely possible that some services are really no longer required, or that they're being delivered at an incorrect service level, either too high or too low. With a core service review and then continuous measurement of service performance, services can be adjusted real time to meet changing needs, and funding decisions are made far simpler each year because they're based on documented need. Currently, the city has little awareness of whether services are meeting needs, and therefore make some decisions in a vacuum. A core service review is a tough job and requires the political will to follow through on recommendations. But once they're done, and if kept up to date by regular measurement and reporting, future decisions are made easily on well-supported grounds. We should do the right thing here and ensure the right service at the right time and at the right cost. And the only way to do that properly is through a critical core service review. One suggestion is that the core service review utilize citizen-led governance for the gathering of citizen input. This might provide a bit of a buffer between the politics and the effort and make decision-making on the recommendations a bit easier for council. My second point is similar but speaks to performance management in general, not specific to budget items. I believe that all city activities should have performance targets set, have their performance measured, and be publicly reported. The city's over 200 services have no stated service levels. Customer service does have a 15-day response required for emails. However, that's not measured, so we have no idea if that's being met, and less idea of whether that's really what citizens want. We know through our service dashboard that we fix thousands of potholes each year, but does anybody know how long it takes? I've done some data analysis, and it takes about a month to fix a pothole. Is a month what people really expect for potholes? Maybe. Is it good value for the money we spend on fixing potholes? Maybe, but we don't know because we haven't asked the question. Is 6 months what people really expect for tree branch issues? That's what they get. Is 2 weeks expected for dead animal removal? That's what they're getting. The city's plans often have timelines in years, but seldom do they have detailed success criteria and key performance indicators. Plans might speak to things such as improving a service, but how much improvement is really expected, especially if the plan does not detail it? If we improve one customer's experience, have we been successful, or did council really intend a 50% improvement? Without setting expectations like this, how can staff know what council expects of their effort, and therefore how much time and effort to put into the activity? The recent communication strategy is a good example. Very honorable goals, but only very loosely defined and with timelines that are years out. Provided that plan has subordinate tactical plans with specific targets, measures, and timelines, it can be successful. Otherwise, it is doomed to potentially over or under deliver. With specific approved goals and timelines, it's easy for service deliverers to make a case for the funding they need, whereas without that, there's real danger that actions truly desired never come to fruit. The city should mandate the setting of specific performance goals for every service, every plan, every initiative, every project, and every task at the time the activity is approved. Progress towards those goals and targets should then be measured continuously and reported publicly. The service dashboard.
If you could wrap up, please.
Sure, yeah. So it was a good start. And so we know how many incidents are actioned, but we don't know how long they take. I take heart that the city does believe in performance management through the great work on customer experience portfolio, the deputies project, and the CIO's messaging around the strategic plan. So I've made this offer a number of times and I'll repeat it here, but I personally am willing to provide my service management expertise in any fashion to help the city move forward on its performance journey. I've got a couple recommended motions, if I could read those.
Your time's up right now. We'll just go to questions.
Okay.
And we'll start off with Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. And Mr. Webb, thank you very much for your deputation. And I also want to thank you for your well thought out correspondence to me, and your suggestions and concerns for this city are very much appreciated. I take them seriously, and I'm going to take many of your suggestions forward and see where we go with that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I was wondering if you had any suggestions on some motions you might want to share with us.
Sure, yeah. So one that I had was to direct staff to develop a plan to execute a core service review with the resulting findings and recommendations presented to council prior to budget deliberations for 2025. So you have something to base your decisions on. The core service review will establish the starting service levels and the means of performance measurement for each city service. That high-level plan to be presented to council for approval within 2 months. A second motion to direct staff to develop a corporate policy which mandates the establishment of key performance indicators and specific timelines for all new city activities, all plans, services, initiatives, task forces, and that all performance is measured and publicly reported with regular frequency.
That's great. And have you shared those via email with council, or will you?
I've shared them with some councillors. I could certainly share them with all.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. No more questions. So I lead a motion for the deputation of David Webb regarding the budget process be received and the recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration for the next council meeting. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, it's Jean Belfour and Kristen Kelly, Rural Zoning Bylaw Consolidation Project. You have 2.5 minutes because you spoke about this before.
Before I begin the deputation, I wonder if I could ask the Deputy Mayor if I could just make a 30-second statement before the deputation actually starts, because I have something relevant to say.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Kelly's daughter, Alexandria, prepared a PowerPoint presentation for us today. We fully expected to be able to use it. So when I went to the mayor's office earlier this morning to get permission and ask how we could do it, we were told we weren't allowed to do it, which was disappointing. So the workaround is you have in front of you the yellow folders, which is a photocopy of the 4 or 5 screens that we had prepared to deliver. The downside of that, of course, is that you get to see our supporting documentation, but everybody here doesn't get to see it. People on Zoom don't get to see it, and the people on YouTube later won't see it either. So I'm wondering why it is that we, the public, are not allowed to use that facility when I've seen people in the city using it all the time. So that was my statement. You don't have to answer it.
To the best of my knowledge, that there's a timeline to get your deputations in and what's provided, and council has been given the forward to us what's your time limit today, and if anybody wants to add to that, they can.
So I'll start now, if you.
So you can start now to talk about rural zoning bylaw consolidation project, and you have 2.5 minutes.
All right, so I just want to thank everybody for here, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors for hearing us out today. Late last summer, we delivered a deputation, Kirsten and I. It was COW 2023-08.4.3, and yes, it was expressing our concerns and objections regarding the rural zoning project report that had been issued in July, just a couple of months before. And in that deputation, there were several recommendations that we had made, and I was hoping or expecting some kind of a follow-up afterwards, but there was none. So I wrote another follow-up letter on October the 10th, which is item A in your file there, you'll find it, and I still got no reply. So subsequent to that, in January, I got an email from Jonathan Durowitz. Jonathan is a WSP employee who is the planning consultant who has been employed by the city. And it was a very lengthy one. What he did is he copied my original deputation word for word. And at the very end, he basically read off or listed the authorities that he had to go ahead and do what he wanted to do or whatever they had to do. But there was never a single comment about our concerns or our ideas at all. And so even to this day now, which is months later, that we still have not heard any reply from either council or from WSP specifically about the things that we had raised in that deputation. So what I'm asking here today is I would like to ask for a considered response from council for the original deputation. Next thing I wanted to say is you'll find in your file too, there are copies of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and also the Canadian Bill of Rights. And this is constitutional law that I believe every citizen in Canada is obliged to abide by. And that includes people who work for the public service and people who are elected representatives. So because of that, elected representatives have been entrusted by us, by a voting mechanism, that you will hear our concerns and you will treat them responsibly.
If you'd like to wrap up and just stay on,
Sure.
about the rezoning, stay on track on that one.
All right. So comment is, we elected you to represent us. If we're not getting replies to this kind of deputation or the one that we made last year, then I'm wondering why. So final 2 questions for you. And this is what I'm asking you. I'm asking for your help. City Council, that's what I want, your help here. And that is, what do we as citizens of the Kawartha Lakes, what must we do for you to take our deputation seriously and respond to us? Please give us advice. We don't know. And the second is, would you be prepared as a council to meet with 3 people, myself, Kirsten, and one other member of the Advocates for Civil Society, and sit down with us over coffee, have a face-to-face discussion about this topic? Because for us, property rights in the city of Kawartha Lakes is a critical and vital element of living in the city. And if we're going to be ignored when we express our concerns, then we'd like to understand why. So that's what I'm asking.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Please sit down, okay? We're still in order here. I'd appreciate if everybody clapping and hooray, and that would stop, please.
I'd like to direct the questions, by the way, to Kirsten, if you don't mind.
So anyway, Thank you very much. Any questions? I see the mayor. Oh, no? Okay. All right, so I need a motion. What's that? No. I need a motion that Jean Balfour and Christine Kelly's deputation regarding the rural zoning bylaw consolidation project be received, and that recommendation brought forward to council for consideration for the next council meeting. First, Mayor Emsley and Councillor Joyce. All in favor? Thank you very much.
By the way, it's Kirsten Kelly, not Christian Kelly. My spell checker got the better of me.
Okay. Thanks for that. I gave you 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next on the agenda is high water bill request. Going to be on Zoom. Karen Hare and Gregory Kerr.
Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Council for taking the time to review these matters. I am actually speaking on behalf of my mom, who is right behind me there, if you can see her. So I am Gregory Kerr. I'm the son of Karen Hare. I've been a resident of the Kawartha Lakes for 22 years, my mom for 16. The property location with regards to these matters is 5 Princess Street East in Fenelon Falls, Ontario. And the purpose of our deputation is to seek relief of a high consumption charge for water services as per a reading in June of 2023. So I have some statement of facts here. As you may or may not know from the documentation I provided for today's council meeting, this is a newly constructed home. There's a single occupant, which is my mom. She's 79 years of age. That occupancy was officially moved into in October of 2022. I'm looking at previous and subsequent water service charge averages of approximately $300. We've had a plumbing inspection and a meter inspection as a result of this high consumption bill, which I believe was adjusted back to June of 2023, but reflected on the December bill at $4,273.80. So part of my statement of facts is to present the fact that I live next door to my mom on County Road 121, also known as Short Street. I assisted my mom in all aspects of the construction of the home, all of the home maintenance thereafter, troubleshooting any infrastructure challenges she might be having. I'm fully aware of how the home has been constructed. We haven't experienced any leaks. There's been no floods, no insurance claims as a result. We did have the plumbing contractor come in to inspect the plumbing infrastructure after we received this high consumption bill to verify that there was in fact a leak-free plumbing system intact. And just, I did some calculations based on the 875 cubic meters of water that was alleged to be used, and that translates to flushing a toilet to nearly 2,500 times a day for 60 days consecutively. So I do keep a close eye on the property, and all the noises, alerts, running motors, or anything out of the ordinary are reported to me by my mom for investigation. Having said that, this is a quiet street. There is a single occupant here, and in the middle of the night, we can hear sump pumps running. We can hear HVAC motors running. We can hear air blowing, and we would certainly hear water running if in fact there was an acute situation where a leak had occurred. So again, after understanding that the plumbing infrastructure was deemed leak-free, we subsequently had a representative from the city meter water supplier come out February 22nd. He deemed the device to be in working order. I'd done my own test. I provided some photos within my documentation to council today. And we're not necessarily disputing the readings generated by the meter, but we are disputing the fact that consumption of that magnitude does not reflect the water that was used during that billing cycle. I feel that we've executed our due diligence in terms of verifying our statement of facts and are looking to the city of Kawartha Lakes for financial relief.
All right, thank you very much for your deputation. Any questions? I see one. Well, a couple more coming. Councillor Smeaton, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Through you. October 2022 to June 2023, average of $300. Issue in June. Would you say that everything from July to now has gone back to around your $300? Is the anomaly just the one bill? In other words, subsequent bills have gone back. So you have this one bizarre bill, but up until that 300 average, and after that 300 average. And then, correct. Okay. And the only other question I had was, there was the way things were worded. I was curious. Did you say you built the home?
No, it was built by a contractor, but I was part of the project management team in terms of making material selections and design adjustments and things of that nature.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, just one question. Was in this billing period that's in question, was the home unoccupied at any time, like for extended length of time?
No, my mom, she's limited in terms of mobility, which is why we decided to build a house next door to us. So 99.9% of the time, my mom is home. But to your specific question, during that billing cycle, the home was in fact occupied, yes.
Thank you.
So the reason I asked is a running toilet can cause a lot of water, and if you're unoccupied, but you've answered that question.
Thank you.
Mayor Emsley.
Thank you. When we've received this, I'll have a follow-up.
Councilor Perry.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor, and thanks for making the deputation. I'm your ward councillor, and I have been following the emails that you've been copying me on, so thanks for that. I'm just wondering, in the final analysis, is there any explanation you can think of at all as to why there would have been a $4,000 monthly bill for water?
It's an interesting question. And of course, if this home was 15, 20 years old, I would probably reserve to the fact that maybe there were some toilet flapper leaks or some infrastructure damage that was unnoticeable. But based on the fact that it's a new home, most noises and uncertainties, if you will, that my mom experiences in the home are reported to me. And if in fact there was something that she had been concerned with, like I hear water running, for an example, I'm literally 500 feet away to come and investigate what that might be. So the only really consideration that I can think of is that at the time that the meter recorded the consumption data that we're questioning or disputing, we all know from time to time technology glitches out, and could that in fact be the reason why it reflected in the consumption charges that it read at that time, despite the fact that the meter was inspected in February of this year to be in good working order. Was it in fact in good working order at that point in time?
Great, thank you very much. That's helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. To the Deputy, in the correspondence, it says that there was a data entry error. Did you get full answer to that question about what this data entry error was?
We didn't really understand initially what that data entry error represented, but from what I understand and through that correspondence, it seems as though at the time the meter reading was taken, it was taken wrong and then subsequently adjusted by the utility department to reflect the high consumption.
Okay, thanks for that.
And a follow-up by Mayor Emsley. Oh,
Just
before we do that, I guess I need a motion to receive the deputation from Karen Hare and Gregory Kerr regarding a high water bill be received and the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for the next council meeting. First by Councilor Perry, second by Councilor Warren. All in favor? Thank you. And go ahead.
thank you. Just through you to the CAO. We used to have a high water bill task force. What is the process now? Is there a process that we have?
Through the chair, that process was updated a few years back. The policy essentially was expanded to consider, I'll say, in-house other exceptions or rationale for high water bills. Once they still exceed a certain threshold, then they are to come directly to council. So there's not a separate committee, they are council considerations.
So we can do that at council in 2 weeks. We can do, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr, for your deputation today.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, 6.5 is Stephen Major talking about the concerns on Ken Reed for parking. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So basically, my concern is the parking that is occurring on Ken Reed on the north side, just right beside the trail between Ken Reed entrance and Butternut Drive. Continuous cars parking in that exact spot where you can't see anyone coming in or off of the trail, including ATVs, snowmobiles, people, bikes, dogs, anything like that. I've almost been hit by vehicles because there's just cars parked there and no consideration of anyone using that trail. So I'm asking for the council to consider no parking and some type of enforcement just to reduce the risk for public safety.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Through you, when I was reading this, just a real quick question. What channels have you, before council, what conversations have been already had with bylaw and or city staff regarding this? It was odd to me that it was already at council, so I was just wondering what have you tried? I have similar, often in my week, one road, Thunder Bridge down, similar situations, and they get handled internally. So I was curious where you're at with that.
So I've spoken to my deputy ward, Mr. Perry here, and he advised me to speak with bylaw. Bylaw has no type of enforcement because there's no parking signs there, so they can't enforce any vehicles that are parked there. I've spoken to the mayor, and he advised me he was going to follow up, and because of timing, here I am now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. So is it the users that are using the trail? Is that what it is? That's where the users that are going to get on the trail for whatever purpose, that's the issue, right? It's not when they have an event or ongoing parking. It's just that particular spot where people are parking because they're accessing the trail. That's the issue.
That's correct. And so my thing is the users that are using the trail are parking right at the trail entrance, even though there's a parking lot just right beside the Ken Reed entrance on the west side of Ken Reed. Huge parking spot, yet people are continuously parking right at the trail entrance, like for the snowmobiles and the ATVs.
Right, and I think that's like a 30 to 40 spot, but at this time of year, you'd probably get, it's no gravel to it, so you'd probably get bogged right down if you were to park in there. So no, I just wanted to get a better picture of what you were talking about. We have similar instances across the city of Kawartha Lakes where there is entrance points to the Victoria Rail Trail, and you do get that parking bottleneck. So thanks for bringing it to our attention.
No, absolutely.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. I get it. I'm up in that park quite often, and I think another reason for this is where there is lots of available parking, it's a whole $2 to park there. So that might be the issue. So if maybe somebody's standing there handing out toonies, maybe we can fix the problem. But no, that's just a joke. But I just want to say I'm familiar with the problem, and it should be addressed.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Perry.
Am I able to direct a question to the CAO just about, or to just for follow-up around some information, point of information? Because I recall that we had looked at and passed action for Ken Reed Road parking earlier this year. And I just wonder if anyone has the status of that. I know that our bylaw manager isn't here right now, but perhaps that's something we need to confirm. Oh, is he?
May I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, there has been some action taken on that road, but it's only on the south side of Ken Reed. So the north side now is all being blocked off, where people are just continuously parking right beside the entrance.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you. I was out for a drive yesterday and actually with Councillor Richardson, and we seen where they park on the west side, and looks like somebody's got stuck there the last couple of days because it showed up that, so kind of understand your situation. So, all right, I'd like to have a motion to receive the deputation by Stephen Mayor regarding parking concerns on Ken Reed Road, Lindsay, be received, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for next council meeting. Councillor Perry, Councillor Hill, all in favor? Thank you. Next on the agenda is Carolyn Richards' ATV pilot program, and just so you know that there's more information on this report in the agenda at 9.1.11. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mayor Elmsley, staff, and council. Once again, thank you for letting me speak. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity for us to run this 2-year trial project. It's anytime we've come to council for some sort of a change in the ATV bylaws, we've done it on a trial period. It seems to be what works best for everybody involved. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do this. I'm just here to report some of our observations and comments that we've gotten from whether the public or staff or council. So first of all, for our own observations, at the beginning of the trial project, we openly recognize that we have a responsibility to the community to educate our riders to follow the rules and to continue to be diligent about doing so. As promised, we paid for all the ATV route signs that were installed by city staff throughout the city, and in some cases I personally rode with city staff to determine the best strategic placement for some of those signs. After the fact, speed limit signs were eventually added to some of the original ATV route signs, again, which we paid for, and appreciate the work that was done with city staff on that project. Not all the signs have speed limits on them, so that's something that we think moving forward we should be doing, is putting this actual speed limit on every one of the ATV route signs. Again, a cost that we would incur ourselves and work with the city staff. We paid to upgrade Hogsback Road for the local residents on the road at the request of the residents in anticipation of the additional ATV traffic, as that's actually an unmaintained road and there are approximately 5 or 6 people, residents' cottages not along that road. Our team members could easily be seen patrolling the routes during the busiest times on the weekends as well as some weekdays. Some of us spent many hours sitting at the trailheads talking to riders before they entered the roadways, myself included. Several of our members and volunteers actually live along the route, myself included, through Lindsay, and provided feedback throughout the trial to help us with education, including social media and email blasts. We communicated with bylaw, we communicated with City of Kawartha Lakes Police on any needs that we had. Exceeding the speed limit of 20 kilometers an hour was a common observation even for us. In talking to many of the riders, some didn't realize the speed limit was only 20 kilometers an hour because it is such a slow speed limit. It is provincially mandated, so it's not something that we have a choice about. And some just felt safer traveling a little closer to what the cars were traveling as far as speed is concerned. We noted 2 side-by-sides that traveled through Lindsay, that we actually saw, which does go against the bylaw. We stopped both of them, had a conversation with them and explained the rules. We also stopped any ATVs that went through town that had the louder mufflers on them, and again had a conversation with them. Although there's no sound bylaw for those ATVs, we still explained to them that that's not healthy for the local community as far as noise. The impacts that we saw an increase in membership based out of the newer subdivisions off of Logie Street and Angeline Street North. I would say we saw approximately 30 to 40 new members in just the first year off those 2 streets, or 2 areas. We also saw an increase in memberships in the Bethany area. I can't speak to Omembe because Omembe is such a large area. We get a lot of growth there all the time. Numerous inquiries from residents in those areas asking what the rules are because they've seen ATVs going up the street and they're interested in buying one now. I've personally been stopped on the trail by families that want to look into it. We only received one complaint from a Lindsay resident who lives on King Street. It was a respectful conversation between him and I. He was concerned about the speeds, and when we explained that the ATVs are subject to the same laws as cars on the street, he seemed to feel better, but he still feels that there's too many vehicles speeding on King Street as a whole. I did ask him to reach out to City Bylaw as well as the Kawartha Lakes Police Service on that issue. We had several members of the community call to say thank you when they saw the Kawartha Lakes Police Service patrolling on their ATVs. I personally saw one having somebody pulled over checking their information. The number of ATVs traveling through Lindsay was fairly consistent but not overwhelming. We seem to average about 10 to 15 ATVs per day through town, but that includes ATVs that went in one direction in the morning and then back in the afternoon or the evening. The average length of time seemed to be about 6 hours for a return trip.
If you could wrap up soon.
Yep. The small food truck on King Street became a popular destination for food and the Esso station and fresh fuel as well. We provided some limited parking, private parking for ATVs that wanted to go downtown for food so they could walk down. And in the end, we just ask that you make this a permanent route, all these routes a permanent part of the bylaw, so that our riders and local residents, as well as the tourists, can come back to the community and continue riding through the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just stay there. So questions there? Councillor Smeaton?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, through you, and thank you. As you know, I'm not a supporter of the routes through Lindsay, but I wanted to say, and I wrote this down, so I said it genuinely and honestly. CATFA is an incredible asset to the city, undeniable, an incredibly well-run, dedicated community organization that has outstanding merits. I've learned that this year, and I've been able to see it at hand in many communities. And you should know that my wife and I have actually considered purchasing one for our son for graduation, and that is because of CATFA.
Thank you.
So there's no doubt that your pride is warranted. I have a few questions. You have an enormous wealth of knowledge when it comes to RVs. So assuming you've been asked this, when people suggest that ATV manufacturers themselves agree that they don't belong on roads, thus the term off-road, what is your reply?
Thank you for the question. So I've been involved with the Ministry of Transportation on this issue, as well as on an international level in the US. And the answer from every manufacturer comes back. They put the sticker on there for their own risk management and liability should they be sued.
Okay. May I ask a couple more? Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I should have asked first. Sorry, Carol. I asked the manager of bylaw one day if he could prove to me that there's economic benefits, tourism benefits, and he asked me, could I prove otherwise? So we were kind of back and forth, had a little smile, and I said no, and that's the point. There's no metric for this. So I've been told that Fenland members are actually discouraged to ride here to keep the business in Fenland, but I can't, that's hearsay, and I know that what I hear at the White Cottage is what I hear at the White Cottage. So I'm asking you, do you feel there are economic benefits to Lindsay should this pilot become permanent? I know it's not a Lindsay pilot, but it's a part of it, and there's ways we can extrapolate different. So I'm sticking to Ward 5. Do you feel there are economic benefits to Lindsay should this go through?
Yes, absolutely. And you're right. We do call it the Lindsay pilot as well, because that's the key connection. And the hearsay you're talking about is not untrue. In the past many years, I've been here coming to council for 15 years, because Lindsay was always considered off limits, and this applies to the snowmobile community as well, then everybody was told, stay away from Lindsay. They don't want you there. They don't want you spending their money there. So just stay away and go to Fenland Falls. So that's not untrue, but that's something we're trying to change. And that's why we, like I said, we provided private parking on my own property so that they could park where their ATVs were safe and walk downtown and grab food. And they are spending money in the community, so.
You mentioned a conversation with the King Street residents as one of the few, and I commend you for the following. You posted to your CATFA membership, may I read just something that shows that you are in fact trying to get people to do the right things, as you said. But I have a question about it. This was Sunday. It said, we're receiving multiple complaints every day now, as well as the OPP and bylaw office, about ATVs and SXS on the roads and trails. The majority of the complaints are coming from Bethany, Pontypool, and Fenland Falls, but I can tell you that I saw ATVs riding through Lindsay just this morning. So my question to you is, as a result of that, let me just bring it up, I had a question. You sent that out respectfully to CATFA membership, but not all ATV riders are CATFA members. Is that correct?
Absolutely, but we shared many of these posts throughout the different community pages too. We do try to get our members and anybody on our pages to share throughout the communities.
Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, a couple questions. You, correct me if I'm wrong, you said the ATVs are bound by the same speed as anybody else. I thought they were in these connecting routes were supposed to be at a lower speed?
No, what I was saying was some are traveling with the other vehicles, but they're not that they're supposed to. They just, I think, feel safer sometimes being with the traffic versus going at such a slow pace. That's not something we can change. It's a provincial law, and so that's not why I mentioned it. I'm just being honest with what we're observing, that's all.
Okay, thank you. And a question I had when you did a presentation back whenever I had asked about the muffler baffling, and you said you're working towards a bylaw there. Can you give me an update on where that's at?
I don't know. That's with the bylaw department. I don't know what the outcome. I have not heard anything back regarding that.
Okay, so but there was initial dialogue with them
There was
on that?
initial dialogue, yes,
Yeah.
but I do know how busy they are, so it may just be something that has not been on the top of the priority.
Interesting.
Or it's a difficult thing really to deal with. We did talk about trying to find a solution, but it's a difficult thing to deal with, short of having somebody with a sound meter on the road or the trail.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. I have a motion that the deputation of Carolyn Richards regarding the ATV pilot program be received, and that the recommendation be forwarded to council for consideration for the next regular council meeting. First, Councillor Richardson, second, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? Thank you. Next on the agenda is Don Hughes and Margaret Hughes, also talking about the ATV pilot program. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and councillors. We thank council for this opportunity to address you today regarding the status of the ATV route pilot, specifically with regard to Lindsay. Our home backs onto the Victoria Rail Trail, VRT, at about half a kilometre south of the trailhead at Logie Street and Dobson Street in southeast Lindsay. So much of our experience with the ATV route pilot in 2022 and 2023, and still ongoing in 2024, stems from traffic using the VRT immediately before or after using the ATV route on Logie Street, in addition to some observations we've made on the actual route itself. Simply put, in our assessment, the ATV route pilot program has been a failure. In 2021, I sent several emails to ATV task force members and to then members of council outlining some of the problems we foresaw due to issues we had already witnessed on the VRT. Those problems have indeed occurred, and they were especially predictable because the CKL really did not implement any measures to prevent them. ATV route signs, to my knowledge, had not been exhibiting the speed limit. I now gather that has been changing. There is no signage indicating the season or time of day limits. Barrier gates are not used to restrict access during closed seasons. Enforcement is lacking. From our own personal experience, we have observed an increase in the number of non-permitted vehicles, mainly dirt bikes. More noise, especially from those dirt bikes, but also from at least one performance ATV. ATVs using the trail outside of the season dates and times of day. ATVs and dirt bikes riding along the pedestrian sidewalk or trespassing on the neighboring private property only 2 meters from our house. Detracting from our enjoying meals with a family and other occasions. Operation of ATVs on Lindsay streets not designated as part of the ATV route. Speeding by dirt bikes and some ATVs on the VRT and the ATV route. Increased deterioration of trail condition on the VRT, which had been improved by our developer over a decade ago, such that cycling now is much less pleasant and fewer baby strollers are now seen on the trail. The VRT is an important resource for hundreds of local residents, soon to become thousands of local residents. In the past 10 days, I have reported one particular ATV, confirmed yesterday as displaying no license, on the VRT and ATV route on 6 occasions, as well as a side-by-side ORV exiting the VRT onto Logie Street and then onto the Rotary Trail. The season opens May 1st. The ATV counts by CKL staff on the ATV route both years, provided in this meeting package, show a variance in ATV numbers among 3 different zones during identical periods. That report attributes this variance to ATV use by Lindsay residents. The claim is that more Lindsay residents were probably using the ATV route through town than were rural residents. The main purpose of the ATV route was to connect the trail portion south of and north of Lindsay, not to grant ATV access broadly to Lindsay's roads to local residents. To my knowledge, the bylaw does not permit ATVs to be used on roads that are not part of the official ATV route. The ATV counts showed only about 5 ATVs per day using the Angeline Street North section, while over 50 per day were noted on the VRT near Fenelon Falls. This brings into question the need for an ATV route through Lindsay at all. for the sake of just 5 per day, we can see 5 local residents walking along the trail behind our house in less than 30 minutes. So what really is needed? More trails in good condition are needed, especially considering the coming explosion in population, which reportedly may see a doubling of Lindsay's population within 6 to 10 years. During that time, our roads will see many flatbed trucks hauling excavators and construction materials, dump trucks and cement trucks hauling loads, and potential buyers coming to look at prospective new homes. We argue it is not reasonable to continue allowing ATVs onto our limited road space. We believe the existing trails within Lindsay, specifically from Golden Mile Road to Thunderbridge Road, should be reserved for walkers, joggers, and cyclists, whose numbers are surging. In fact, CKL staff should already be planning additional trails to properly handle the recreational demand for this healthy activity, which is also environmentally friendly. To close, our recommendations are: do not continue the ATV route through Lindsay. Immediately reduce the speed limit on the Victoria Rail Trail between Golden Mile and the trailhead at Logie Street from 50 kilometers an hour to 20 kilometers an hour. Enforce this. Begin a review of that section of the Victoria Rail Trail to consider eliminating ATVs from that portion due to ongoing housing construction in the immediate area that will increase demand for walking and cycling pursuits by new residents. Initiate needed enforcement to keep dirt bikes and performance ATVs off public trails where their use is prohibited. Also enforce ATV speed limits on trails where ATVs are allowed.
If you could wrap up, please.
Ensure trails are properly maintained for safe use. We feel the previous council failed us in 2021 by disregarding the 2/3 majority vote against ATVs on our streets. We trust that you will not fail us now, just as we are about to endure years of intensive construction activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just through you, a very quick thank you for coming. It's no surprise there'll be an extraction at council, and we as a council had many difficult and positive conversations in the next 2 weeks, and we will work hard together as a team, and I know we're going to arrive at the right outcome 2 weeks from now. So thank you very much for helping influence that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to receive the deputation from Don Hughes and Margaret Hughes regarding the ATV pilot program be received, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for next council meeting. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? Thank you. 6.8 has been canceled. The person could not make the Zoom, so we'll go to 6.9. Costs associated with legal matters. William Denby, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, Mayor, Councillors. I want to ask first, did all of you receive the email package that we sent to you this morning and last night? Could you give me a show of hands, please? So none of you did. So you blocked all of our emails, our correspondence with you.
Let's talk about the...
I'm going to talk about that.
Okay, let's get to it then.
Deputy Mayor. I'm going to lay something out here, very clear. These artifacts are over 10,000 years old. They come from our ancestors. We First Nations were on this land. This was our land, it still is our land. We've made it very clear a number of times that we are going to take back control of our land.
Could you please talk about legal matters, or I will stop you.
I am getting to legal matters, my friend, if you would stop interrupting me. It's my 5 minutes. How many times do you have to be? You are rude. None of you ask any of us any questions. You're rude, you're ignorant,
If you're going to consider doing that, I'll have to shut you off, okay?
You shut me off and you'll see where you are, my friend.
Okay.
That's not a threat, that's the truth. You can't shut off somebody. I have 5 minutes to speak on legal matters.
I'd like to take a 5-minute break, please. We'll be back at 2:20. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'll start when I come back. These people think that they own this place. They're going to find out who owns it. That's not a threat. It's a legal matter, my friend. You people cannot block. You can't block.
Thank you, everybody, for the recess. But I just wanted to make quite clear, when deputations are made and when people say they're going to talk about a certain item, that's all they're supposed to talk about. And this is a rule. This is what the rules are of this chamber. And so for Mr. Demby, be more than happy to listen to your issues associated with legal matters. But if you stray again, and you aren't talking about legal matters, I will stop you again, just so you know. That's the rule. I'm just trying to follow the rules. That's all I'm trying to follow, okay? Okay. Okay, go ahead, thanks.
Thank you. So we had an agreement, we thought, with the CAO. We forwarded all correspondence, legal correspondence, through to the CAO, and he agreed that he would distribute all of our correspondence to each one of the councillors and to the mayor. We're finding out that's not happening. We're upset with that, as you can tell. So what I've done is I've printed off all the correspondence, and I have a copy for yourself, Deputy Mayor, and a copy for the mayor, that you can then print off and share with your other colleagues when I'm finished. What I'm going to say very clearly is this. You've all seen, maybe you haven't seen, Crown Land patents. These are legal documents. These are pre-Confederation, before Canada was even formed. They stand in a court of law. These were done before our forefathers' lands were stolen under the law. So what we've done is, because again, we continue to want to work with this council, even though you think we don't, it's in everyone's best interest. In regards to, I requested how many millions of dollars had been taken in through the courthouse on PAO fines. I was up there this morning with 3 other First Nations people. It's disgraceful. I still have not received where all this money has gone. It's nowhere in the budget. Your CAO had promised me that he was working on it and he would be able to provide that number of millions of dollars. Because we're talking 14 years that there's been no record of all that fine money, plus a lot of other monies that the city collects. Those are legal matters. We have filed, and you've been served, at the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal. You have until April 1st to submit your defense. This is a legal process. There are consequences from it. We've also filed at the Ontario Ombudsman. We've all had a number of hours of conversations with them. We've forwarded over 150 videos of violations of this office under the Municipal Act, the Environmental Act, the Criminal Code. So it's coming. We tried to avoid all this. I can remember when we went through the election. We all talked, we were all friends. We had great dreams for what we would do if we got elected. And instead, you have treated the people that bring their issues to you like garbage. You've been racist. We're First Nations. This land, by law, is still ours. So, I'm hoping again, my final submission is going to be, if you think you have authority to do what you are doing, prove it to me. I want to see your legal authority over Kawartha Lakes that gives you the authority to build on it, to build permits, to conduct business in this chamber. That's my request. Provide the legal authority, because I have the legal authority to take control of this right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputy? I see none. I'd like to have a motion that the deputation by William Demby regarding costs associated with legal matters be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for the next regular council meeting. I have a first. Councillor Joyce, second. No, I'm sorry, will not, it will not be received.
You're going to regret it.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
That's not a threat. You people don't seem to understand, okay, the human rights code.
The next deputation that we have is on Zoom, and it's Corey Crowder. And the deputation from Corey Crowder is, oh, I'm sorry, she is in person, sorry, on drainage near 149 Fenland Drive. Corey, thank you for coming, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and council members. My name is Corey Crowder, and I am here today to speak to you regarding the water.
Please keep the chat down, please.
That flows across 149 Fenland Drive, which is private property. When 149 Fenland was purchased in 2016, there were no prescriptions, easements, or overland water agreements on title, and still nothing to date. There only is a was a building permit. There we go. A building permit 2003-0242, which was issued and approved in 2003 by the City of Kawartha Lakes, which states 6 feet to the left of the building to the property line and 5 feet to the home for the opposite side of the building. The fact, the property grades mostly from the rear to the front and from the right to the left, i.e. lay of the land. And this is where the property's own water needs to go and or over towards the left side of the property, towards the swale. The issue of the illegal water was first brought to City of Kawartha Lakes attention back in April of 2017. CKO told us it was not right, give us time, let me see what we can do. Mentioned about other diversion options. It wasn't in the budget, not in the works, which was only months later. Well, here we are, 7 years later, and still nothing has been done. Zero offers or attempts at mediation. As no response or efforts were made back in 2017, and with continued efforts over the years, being manipulated or redirected to corrections that will never happen or even discussed. The building sits within 6 feet of the property line with a driveway that was already existing when we moved in. All we did was pave the driveway by a CKL approved vendor to the approved and signed off building within our property lines. The water course is not in the original location. This is not approved or designed location. It actually lined up with the 36-inch culvert that goes from the storm outfall to Sturgeon Lake. See the photo from 1969. This is the actual low-lying area of discharge today. The 24-inch engineered culvert that faces the property of 149 Fenland has most recently been lowered 18 inches this past summer of August of 2023 by CKL. The culvert being lowered, we have no idea what the water flow will be when a large storm hits, as previous flow was at its max, continuing to damage the property, home, and building. This is the point where we reached out to Councillor Perry. Despite all of our efforts, it was evident that CKL had no intention on mediation or offers of any type to resolve this issue. The water is causing foundation issues to both the building and the driveway. We shouldn't have to continue these repair efforts multiple times a year and the erosion of the soil for this illegal water from CKL. The propane tank, which seems to be a hot topic, that sits on the side of the permitted approved building, the only side of the building it can go, as 2 walls have doors and the third wall is 5 feet from the home. The tank was installed by an approved supplier, so this should not be part of the discussion. We have proposed several options over the years and here to council, one being the addition of a culvert across Cameron Drive to CKL's own property 4 doors down. This is a 20-foot right-of-way with more than enough room to have a culvert put in under the road and a swale that runs between Cameron Drive and Fenland Drive. This would alleviate the majority of the water that flows across the private property of 149. The bottom of the swale that would meet up with the ditch that runs along Fenland Drive to the outfall on Sturgeon Lake and currently has 24-inch culverts along this ditch, which would accommodate the additional flow, which is also in the original site design. This issue is not like others, as this has an approved building permit and states 6 feet to the left of the property line and 5 feet to the home. The only difference is there's only 3 feet difference between the building and the middle of this 6-inch swale, where all other water from 2 streets cross this private property. The swale starts at 6 feet inches at the back of the property and levels out to the front of the property. There is no easement. There is no overland water agreement. There is no prescription for this water. This is not like others. CKL approved the building and its location and signed off the building after completion. CKL cannot have both an approved building and a waterway all within 3 feet. It is one or the other. Did CKL approve a 20 by 30 building at 149 Fenland with 6 feet to the property? The answer is yes. Who approved the SW1 for the culvert change last summer? Why were we not notified, as you made drastic changes to the current flow, and it's not your property to make such changes? As you were notified that any changes upstream, we were to be notified as directed back in 2017. Who approved the SW1? What were the flow calculations, as this is still a current issue that was not rectified from 2017? So I ask you today, Council, is there a building permit or is there a watercourse? CKL cannot have both within 6 feet of the property line and a watercourse 3 feet to a permanent building. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Councillor Perry.
Thanks so much for coming and enlightening us on the facts of the matter, and also, preparing a deputation. We know it's not easy, so thank you for the good job. Just a couple of really quick questions. Since when have you been, has anyone from the city offered you options on this, and if so, when, and in terms of trying to straighten it out or sort it out?
So we had from city members come to the property back in April of 2017. We were told, give us time, let's think about it, we'll have the engineering team come over, and at that time it was, we could put in some armor stone at our cost, but you can't put armor stone when you only have 6 feet. Armor stone takes up 3 feet, so where's the water going to be going? Back towards the building or across our neighbor's property? That was really the only thing, and then the only way to really get rid of this is a well and a pumping station. Those were the options.
So you did get options presented back in 2017?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just curious too, is there any other drain for Cameron Road besides the one that comes across your lot?
No, we are the only one in the 3 streets from Southview Drive, Cameron Drive, and to Fenland. We are the only cross path of private property.
And in terms of that, the bigger draining issue here on the street and for the subdivision, have you talked to any of your neighbors about kind of what's going on?
There's huge draining issues throughout the whole entire subdivision. Currently, there's a ditching program going on that is not on file. There's nothing. It started 2 years ago. We have people on Anderson getting flooded out because the ditches are dug, but the culverts aren't installed to actually discharge any of this water. So this is a huge, not just for our property, but it's throughout the whole subdivision.
Thank you. Thank you for those additional facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and thank you for the deputation as well. And I respect the questions that were asked. I was wondering maybe if Director of Engineering could provide maybe a little bit of history, just because this is, something that we need to understand, or do you want to wait to the report?
There is a report coming up at 9.1.12. So, okay. All right, thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you very much.
And could I have a motion that the deputation by Corey Crowder regarding report engineering 2024-006 drainage near 149 Fenland Drive, Cameron be received, and the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for the regular council meeting? I have a first, Councillor Perry, second, Mr. Ashmore. All in favor? Passed. Again, I'm going to warn that these comments will not be tolerated. Simple as that. So either you sit there and listen, then you'll be removed. Next deputation is related to the ATV pilot program. William Steffler, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to council today. I'll be very brief. It'll only take a couple minutes. Starting off with a quote. This should be part of the master plans. That was from Brian Robinson's presentation to the previous council regarding the ORV task force. Now, I chaired the Active Transportation Master Plan Task Force, and we are at the end stages of completing an active transportation master plan that has an emphasis on urban areas and urban streets. Yet here is a proposal to emphasize recreational motorized use on urban streets in Lindsay. Streets like Victoria Avenue, streets that have been proposed as major active transportation routes. The ORV pilot program should at least be suspended until there has been an opportunity to begin significant implementation of the Active Transportation Master Plan. The Active Transportation Master Plan that was paid for by tax dollars. Its emphasis is urban streets. Active transportation should not become secondary to recreational motorized use on urban streets. You also have the Healthy Environment Plan. I believe this was completed in 2019 and still to be implemented. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions should be a top priority. Sadly, that has not happened across the country and across the world. Encouraging the burning of more fossil fuels is more than a little contradictory. So what is the compelling reason for opening roads to ORV use? Answer, there is none. CATFA has done quite well without the open roads requested by the ORV task force. Please prioritize the Active Transportation Master Plan and the Healthy Environment Plan. Do not implement the ORV task force recommendations. They are not a necessity and far from it. And as you heard in an earlier deputation about ORVs off the designated routes, that's a lot more common than many people might realize given a previous deputation. I've seen them often on Orchard Park. My wife saw some just the other day while playing tennis in Wilson Fields. I saw on 2 occasions ATVs going through Wilson Fields. If you implement this program and open the roads, you are just going to get more of that. So please recognize the Active Transportation Master Plan and the benefits you can derive from it. Health and wellness, protection of the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steffler. Any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to have a motion that the deputation by William Steffler regarding ATV pilot program be received and that his recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration for the next council meeting. Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Warren, all in favor? Passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
No correspondence. We'll get right into presentations. 8.1, David Britton to talk about the Bobcaygeon Swing Bridge update presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mayor and Council. So thanks for the opportunity to, was that the clicker? Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to appear and provide an update on the Bobcaygeon Swing Bridge. Just in terms of what I'm going to cover, just an overview of the project history, the pathway to completion, and some of the lessons learned. I'll just start by saying I think many of you will be familiar with this project. This has been a challenging project for Parks Canada. It has taken much longer than was originally anticipated, and I think we've learned some difficult lessons through the course of it. I think even more so, it's had some negative impacts on the community of Bobcaygeon, and certainly we've had quite a bit of dialogue with the community there, but we're acutely aware of the inconvenience that this project has caused and are looking forward to bringing it to a successful completion shortly. In terms of the project history, so the construction began in October 2020. The bridge was swung open, so the traffic couldn't pass as part of the construction plan. It was originally conceived of as an 8-month project that has now stretched out to 3 years, far, far longer than originally anticipated. In terms of the contractor support that we had on this project, we had challenges on both the design and construction side. In particularly on construction, like I think one of the critical challenges was around the fabrication of the bridge mechanical parts, which were initially fabricated to the wrong specifications and had to be refabricated, and that produced significant delays. But really throughout the project, every time that there was some milestones established, they ended up slipping forward. The project is now almost complete. We swung the bridge into the closed position as of the 20th of October so that traffic can now pass over it. There is one final component on the mechanical side to install, and those are called end lifts, and those are jacks that are located in the abutments and make sure that the bridge is swung into the full closed position regardless of what the temperature conditions are. And beyond that, site restoration is the last step that needs to be completed. So throughout the course of the project and our attempts at managing the contractors, I mean, we had a number of questions that came up frequently in our conversations with the community. So I just wanted to touch on them briefly. One's around, and both are contractual in nature. And I guess I'll just start by saying, in terms of the construction contracts that we enter into on the Trans Severn Waterway, they aren't ones that are drafted by us locally or even within Parks Canada. Within the federal government, we have a standard template that's used for all construction contracts, and it's kind of standardized across departments. So we don't have a lot of editorial authority in terms of what goes into those contracts. In terms of the penalties that are available to us to help manage poor performance, there aren't a lot. There are really two things. The first one is called liquidated damages, and that allows us to recover additional costs that we incur if the activities of a contractor end up costing us more. So if we have to have more staff time to support a project, or if we have to have engineering consultants longer than anticipated to support a project, then we can recover those costs from the contractor. The other one is performance bonding, and I think most people will be familiar with that. That is going through a bonding company to essentially pressure the contractor through their performance bond to improve performance. I mean, we have employed both of those in multiple types of situations. They are helpful, but they're not a sort of magic solution that gets you out of every situation. The other question we've been asked is, why didn't we terminate the contract and start again? That's something that we have done in the past, but I think is something that we do only as really a last resort. When we have done it, it introduces some significant risks into the project. The first is timeline. So from the point in time where we terminate, we have to settle up with the previous contractor. We'll have to go through the finances. We'll have to redo the tender documentation, re-tender, and that takes time. And like when I say time, like a number of months. So you're not going to have another contractor on site working for at least that amount of time. The other is you're going out to tender, and particularly in the last number of years where we've seen construction costs go up radically, you have the risk of significant project cost increases if you're going out. And so when we've done it, it's been in cases where we were absolutely certain we had a contractor that could not complete the job. This one, we certainly pushed with everything we had to get the existing contractor to complete the work. I think it took a long time, but we're sort of on the cusp of it now. In terms of the next steps for the project, so the final mechanical install is those end lifts, so the jacks that will ensure the bridge is force closed in all conditions. So the planning and design for that is underway. The contractor that has been on the project up until this point, we are wrapping up with them. They will not be carrying out any further work on the project. So that installation of the end lifts, we're going to facilitate using the Trans Severn Waterway's own maintenance team. So that allows us better control over the project, as well as flexibility and timing to minimize the inconvenience. We know that there will be a short closure of the bridge required to install the end lifts. So our target is to get that work done prior to the beginning of the navigation season, which starts on May 17th. In the event that we end up with that not being achievable for whatever reason, we do have a backup plan that we will use a temporary jacking system powered by a generator that will ensure the bridge closes. So I guess the takeaway message is, regardless of which of those two, the bridge will be functional for navigation. And then we'll follow up with site restoration after that. Just wanted to touch briefly on some of the lessons learned, because this has definitely been a learning experience for us on the Trent Severn Waterway. This project was awarded through a low bid contract. That is probably not something that we would ever replicate for a swing bridge in the future. They are specialized pieces of infrastructure. It's not sort of every construction company that's got the capability to rehabilitate or replace them. So we would look to a more nuanced way of finding a contractor that would look at weighing both the costs of the bid, but also the technical capability of the contractor to do the work. I think it's been a real wake-up call in terms of realistic timelines for bridge replacement. I don't think, in retrospect, 8 months was going to be realistic, and I think, just in our communications, we've got to be a little bit more pragmatic and realistic about what the timelines of these projects really are. This was a rehabilitation of the existing structure. There's always a risk when you do that, when you start taking out bolts and pulling things off, that things are worse than you are able to determine before the project. There was definitely some of that in this case. And once you sort of get to that point, it's worth weighing whether rehabilitation or replacement is better. And in the case of replacement, I think one thing we'll look at in future projects is it feasible to actually have a new bridge constructed before the old bridge is taken out. And then finally, challenges in effective communications. This is one I guess I feel a little bit personally. This was a difficult project to communicate on. We ended up communicating the timelines that we were provided by contractors. As the project rolled on for multiple years, those timelines always slipped. The alternative there is to provide communications that are a little bit vague but not very satisfying. I mean, in the end, I ended up intervening myself towards the end of the project in direct communication with some of the key stakeholders. So I think definitely some lessons learned in terms of in terms of how we communicate on capital projects. That's the presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you for coming, David, Mr. Britton. I really appreciate your frankness, and it's been difficult for everybody, including you, and I'm just hoping that everything's going to be swinging properly for the boating season. And again, thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Britton. Thanks for coming today. And I know we worked together previously on some issues on Pigeon Lake, and appreciate your help on that. Our MP was here. He's not here now, but he stood up in the House of Commons, which was great, to stress to the members of Parliament there, to the rest of Canada, that we know it's important here, but a lot of people outside of this area don't know how critical infrastructure this bridge is. And as well as the bridge in Balsover, which remains still down and not finished, and one person died because of the delay. But this one here, we're lucky that nobody died here. We're very fortunate that it opened up. But my question is, I'm reading things from the federal government saying that they don't support. The Environment Minister, Stephen Guilbeault, said he's not supporting infrastructure that leads to roads. Now, this is over a federal waterway. However, do we have the full confidence and financial support of the federal government to finish this? I know you're working as hard as you can. It's not easy to work on something that's 100 years old, machine the parts, source the parts. It's not easy, but it can be done, and it was done, and it will be done when we finish this project this year. But do you have the full financial support and backing of the federal government, that they'll be there to support us, to support this community.
In terms of the Bob Cajun Swing Bridge project, it is fully funded, and we expect to complete the project within the existing funding envelope we have.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Of course.
When we hire contractors, I know that we always look for the best deal and so on. Do we also look at the performance of these contractors, if they've done some work in other areas that maybe not be up to par, and evaluate that somebody that's got a really good record and needs a little more money, but we're going to take the cheaper person and so on? Just, do we look at that thing?
Yeah, so that's what I was getting at a little bit in the point around risks of low bid contracting. So we do have the option in the federal government to use a request for proposal process, where we look at both the cost, like the amount of the bid, but we also set stipulations or benchmarks that they have to meet in terms of their previous experience, their previous successes, the type of expertise that they bring to the project, so that we can kind of balance both the cost and the capacity of the contractor in making the decision on who gets the award.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I see no more questions. Can I have a motion to receive that the presentation from David Britton, Director of Ontario Waterways Parks Canada, regarding an update on the Bob Cajun Swing Bridge be received, and that the recommendation be brought forward to Council for consideration at the next Council meeting? Councillor Warren, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor? Thank you. 8.2 and 8.21 has been moved to the regular council meeting because she couldn't come. So if anybody has any questions on those two presentations, please bring it to the council. And now we go to consent matters. And we have all the proposed recommendations shown in section 9.1 of the agenda be approved by the committee of the whole in order that they appear in the agenda, sequentially numbered, and forwarded to council for consideration at the next council meeting, save and accept 9.1.9, 9.1.10, 9.1.11, 9.1.12, 9.1.13, 9.1.14, and 9.1.15. Correct? And could I have a first and second of that? Councillor Richardson, second Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? Thank you. The first one we'll talk about is Councillor Smeaton, 9.19.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That was close. 1 second, I'm just bringing it up, I'm sorry. Had a really great chat with Manager Mustard, and I know she's on the line, and she encouraged that I ask the same question as part of our conversation for the public. So if that's okay, we'll bring her up.
Absolutely.
Please and thanks. Hello, Manager Mustard. So one of the questions we had, it was 60 in this study. It mentions that 64% are independent businesses, and we were chatting about of the 43% of businesses remaining that aren't independent. We were curious to explain how many of those are Chamber of Commerce members.
So, through you, to the councillor, what we're looking at in this business count survey is a door-to-door survey of businesses that are in employment properties. So typically downtowns, industrial areas, and commercial areas across the municipality. We really focused grabbing that data this year and in previous years from urban centres primarily. And then we've got the surveys open for any business across the municipality to provide their input into it. So we ask a range of questions. One of them is around the type of business that you have, to the councillor's question, whether you're an independent business or a branch, a franchise, institutional, or a public entity. And so when we look at the data, and I dived into this a little bit in anticipation of this question, what we're seeing is that of the businesses that answered this question, we're seeing that you're more likely to be a member of a chamber of commerce. Around 47% of those businesses identify being a member of Chamber of Commerce or BIA, compared to 30% if you were identified as a branch or a franchise. And I just want to caution that we're breaking that down for all of the businesses that gave that information as to what kind of business category they fell into. So propensity much higher if you are an independent business than if you are a branch or a franchise.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, Ms. Muster, great, lots of data there, wonderful surveys. Thank you. I think it would be more impactful if we had compare year-to-year data. We can see trends. If we could throw that into the presentation or see that would be, I think, very valuable information. Your comments on that?
Thank you for the question on that. Yes, we have structured this survey so that we will be able to look year over year. What we've done for the past 3 years, this is the third year that we've run this survey, is expanded the geography of where that survey has gone. And so the numbers of businesses that are participating have grown over the years. And we've also been looking at data quality over the years. I've noticed the data quality has improved. So going forward, originally we had thought we really are likely going to need 5 good years of data collection before we want to start comparing. We're probably able to start testing that come this survey next year, which would be the 4th year of the survey. And I agree, these will be really fascinating pieces of information to look into.
Thank you. You just pointed something out that's difficult. Your baseline is changing, so that skews the data also. So that makes it more difficult. I respect that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Smeaton. A motion to receive as printed. So I'd like to take a motion to receive the report ED 2024-010, 2023 Kawartha Lakes business count be received, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for the next regular council meeting. The Mayor Ellesmere. Second. Councillor Perry, all in favor? Thanks.
You want to break now, and then because you're probably got a biggie coming.
Oh, big enough, yeah. How about we take 10 or 15 minutes? How about, does everybody want 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, so how about at 3:10 come back and we'll proceed. Thanks. The next one that was extracted was 9.1.10 by Councillor Warren and Dan, but I'll start with Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I'm going to propose organic diversion program detailed recommendations. David Kerr, Manager, Environmental Services, that report WM 204-005, proposed organic diversion program detailed recommendations be received, that curbside collection of source-separated organics commence within Bobcaygeon, Fenelon, Omemee, and Lindsay in 2025, that staff review, evaluate, and report to council on the effectiveness of the program and provide recommendations for future program rollout and improvements, and these recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. That's my, not a motion, it's my recommendation. Yeah.
Could I have a second it? Yes, Councillor Joyce, would you like to speak to it?
Absolutely. So at our committee meeting, it was a really hard-fought, debated issue to go with the 4. And personally, when we rolled out the original waste management plan, it was for everybody. And so that's what I wanted. And this was a kind of, okay, we're going to go to the 4 urban areas. It makes sense as a starting point. And it came to council and it was supported. And then the next thing I know is, oh, it's just going to be Lindsay. So, you know, you can get economies of scale. And if you let an RFP, as like David Britton was talking about, you can find all sorts of maybe innovative parts to that initiative. So I stand firm that I think we stick to the 4 urban areas and see how that goes, and then eventually it should be rolled out to the whole municipality. That's how I see it. And to hit that diversion of 50%, we've put in 70%, but the province has said you only have to do 50%. I think they'd be hard pressed to just even Lindsay get that diversion. But you can go through the provincial policy, which I did, and there are all sorts of interesting bits. So that's the recommendation for today, and we'll see what goes in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Would the seconder like to speak on it?
Yes, I would, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. And through you, just to elaborate on Councillor Warren, it says here the Lindsay pilot will collect the organics and haul directly to the processing plant. I don't see any reason why we can't do that with the other 3 urban areas. Talks about consolidation site, but we can still haul directly. If we can do it for Lindsay, why not the other 3 communities? And the other thing, Director Robinson, is I've been asking, maybe you haven't got the message through committee level, but I've been asking for data from other municipalities more than once. Still haven't seen anything. So I guess I'm communicating that message directly to you now. Would love to see some data. You know, other municipalities have gone through this process. You want to evaluate the data that we have. We can evaluate data from other municipalities and learn from that, and I still haven't seen anything. So I'd love to see that, and that will help guide us. Thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. I read through this report and I had a lot of questions. I did reach out to Councillor Joyce just because I was confused on a few things. So with this additional rollout that you're proposing right now, for me, I need to hear how much this is going to cost us a year in operating costs if we're to go with that.
Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Council. The report clarifies the estimated operational and potential incremental capital costs to roll out the phased-in approach, and if you want to roll out, if that direction from council is wanting to pull all 4 communities on the initial rollout, it's a cumulative cost of all those programs. So there would be about $500,000 in procurement of bins, about $1.4 million in an annual operating cost, plus a $1.5 million potential cost in a consolidation facility. Now, we need to review that at the end of the first year, but those are the kind of costs that we'd be looking at within this program.
Is that affordable? I know I was watching Global News 2 weeks ago, and I was listening to the council in Peterborough saying that they're having some issues with the same thing, saying that they may have to roll it back a little bit just because of how costly it is.
I have a question then. What's the cost just to do Lindsay, and what's the cost to do all 4? What's the difference? That's kind of what I want to know.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to you, Deputy Mayor, to council as well. Again, if you go to the financial section of the report, it talks about those phased rollouts. So if we were to look at Lindsay only, it's about a $375,000 cost for purchase and rollout of the bins, about a $1 million annual operating cost. The bins is obviously a one-time cost. The $1 million is an annual recurring operational cost. So it's a pretty substantial impact. The program talks about a $1.5 million consolidation facility that may or may not be needed. Again, that's part of the evaluation and analysis that we need to perform to see if it's needed. Phase 3 in our proposal rolls out the areas of Bobcaygeon, Fenelon, and Omemee. It's another about 3,000 stops, so there would be about another $125,000 in bin capital one-time cost and an additional $400,000 a year in operating costs. So that's roughly what the program would be in phases. And again, if you wanted to roll them out all together, add those numbers together.
Mayor Emsley.
Thank you, and through you to the director. What was in your plan, if we started with Lindsay, when did we envision that we would add the 3 other areas?
Through Deputy Mayor to the Mayor, the program laid out within that approach shows starting sometime in 2025 in Lindsay, and again, ideally we'd start January 1, but it's going to be dependent on when we get contractors and contracts in place. We would then evaluate the data from Lindsay, look at the program as a whole to see if there's any ways to drive efficiencies and improvements out of the program, and then looking to roll out those other communities in 2027. So there'd be a bit of a phased approach and roll out some of those initial capital, and then phasing in those incremental operational costs.
Thank you. Having heard that, I do like rolling out Lindsay first and getting the history and the experience of doing that before we roll out the others. And I really feel that it's going to be a struggle to get the whole city on, but I'd rather take the phased-in approach and do Lindsay first, and then the other 3 in 27 makes more sense to me. Thank you.
Council Warren for the second time.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So there's economies of scale. We did the budget, and the budget was for bins for those 4 urban areas, right? So you must have known what was coming forward. Sorry, that all of a sudden you're just going to decide to phase it in, and it's plus 2027, and that's really unpalatable for I think Fenelon Falls, Bobcaygeon, and Omemee. I have actually been telling people we were very excited that yes, it's all rolling out in 2025. People are wanting to get behind it. If an RFP is let, then as I said before, that maybe there's some initiatives that through economies of scale, it would be less expensive to do it now versus 2 years from now when things are more expensive. So we already have, who knows, maybe our contractor is going to update their trucks, and we go to all those areas anyway with picking up waste. So we don't know. There are so many unknowns that to make this decision that to not go forward is, I think, it's not the right decision for sure. So we don't know the costs. We haven't talked to other municipalities. I'd like to see what an RFP would bring. Anyway, thank you.
Councilor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I too am kind of leaning towards the phased-in approach. I'm a little gun shy when it comes to waste collection in the first place, and so I want staff to be sure they have the right contractor and none of these fine print increases of $1 million here and there pop out of something like this. Also, we've tried source separate organics in Fenelon Falls once. It didn't work. We didn't carry on with it. So I think rolling it out in a phase and starting with Lindsay this time is probably a good call to get the buy-in before we expand it more. Nothing against it, and I think eventually citywide it might be a stretch, but I got to say there's a little gun shy when it comes to jumping all in on this in the first year, and I will support a phased-in approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and this is my second time. Just want to point that out. Through you is just want to get back to that consolidation site, 1.5 million. Again, other municipalities, do they do it? We can get a good sense of probably yes or probably not. I know we still have to review our own data to determine that, but I'd like to get a sense of what other municipalities are doing with a consolidation site and what they do, and then that'll give us a good understanding. We're probably going to be angling in that direction, so we've got to prepare for it versus not. Thank you.
Councilor Perry.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. And just a question, if I could, picking up on Councillor Warren's point. When we passed the budget with authority as council for rollout and inclusion sites to be funded. What changed, and how was that decision made?
Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Within the 2024 budget, which is the budget that's currently approved, there's a portion of the bin costs, not the full portion. There's no budget allocation for commencing SSO program. Again, the program that we're looking for commences in 2025. So we would be bringing forward an incremental cost to the 2025 budget for council's approval throughout the course of this year, but there is no money within current 2024 budget to commence any SSO programs within the city.
So the money that we approved in the budget went to the bins for those projected for those 4 areas?
So the money that's been, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, the money that's been within the reserve right now, there's about $450-something thousand. That's earmarked for bins related to this program. It's there, it's in the reserve, it's ready to go, depending on direction within this program or with this pilot. The operational costs to do the formal collection, again, depends on whether we do consolidation eventually, but initially we're going to do collection and transportation to a processing facility, processing and then final disposal. Those costs are not in any budget right now.
I understand. I'd rather focus though on the 450,000, which I recall we passed. And I don't think we passed those in abstraction. Simply, we're going to buy a number of bins. My recollection from the budget and from the process was we were going to buy bins for these 4 locations, which sets up the expectation and the direction and spirit of how this will proceed. So again, was that taken into account as the proposal has been drafted now to move on to a phased-in staggered approach?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the answer to that is yes. And again, staff are not opposed to rolling out all 4. If council wants to bring on all 4 right off the bat, we're more than welcome and more than happy to issue the tenders, do the procurement, and add budget to the 2025 budget to do the entire program. What we brought forward here is a phased-in approach, recognizing the operational pressures and potential impacts moving forward on this program to the overall process, as well as allowing us within a phased-in approach to look at optimizing the program itself within its delivery. So the answer is yes, it was considered, and that's why we brought forward a report in this fashion to council for their consideration, looking for direction one way or the other. If you look in the alternative section, the do all is right there.
Last intervention, if I could, Chair. And that, that phased-in approach sounds excellent. So we should consider phasing in Cobequid, Komimi, Fenelon Falls, and Bobcaygeon to start and use our lessons learned from the rurality of the program to then perhaps roll it out in Lindsay. Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor. What we see here is that we have limited sources of funds. We don't have the financing. We don't have the funds available to do this, all of it. We don't have the data. We need to rely on our biggest urban area here, Lindsay, to be the first step in this. So as the director said, the bin costs, the operating costs, and I know personally I really haven't had, if anything, asked for this. I know I could speak for Mimi. I've really had nobody really asked for it. They've really not said it's a priority in their life or it's a priority for us as a council. So to have a full-blown SSO program right away, the phased approach is the only way to do it, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Well, just from a further discussion here, some of that budget clarification is what I was after. And I mean, if you're putting your bins in, it looks like, to me, $500,000 for your bins. But I have to agree, the operational pressures is the ticket here. It's not the bins, this is it. And we're not gonna know all these costs. I mean, right now, you've got those transportation costs, and all of those costs I know from being in business right now have that carbon tax, and everything that we're pricing right now is going way over budget. So there's just, I personally believe we have to do the slow and steady approach on this one and go in the phased approach up.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, through you. This is great. Perfect conversation to have 2 weeks before a decision, and I'm grateful for it. What I thought is, and I just want to clarify that I was correct. The capital budget approval for the 4 areas is what has been approved at budget. It was a capital budget approval, so we have the infrastructure is being put in place. It's the operations that are being discussed. So we have 2 weeks to really think it out. It was a great conversation. I think there's excellent arguments on all sides. I would say that even though it was tongue in cheek, the proximity to the Lindsay landfill would be probably the most important ticket. And I think, interestingly enough, just at the end here, Councillor Ashmore's comment would probably be the exclamation point. He mentioned that he doesn't hear from his constituents on this note. I hear nothing but. I can't go to a grocery store without somebody at Lemontius asking me where the green bins are. So it's an interesting point that there is clearly an ask, and whether we roll them all out at once or not, I would like to say that I really do think crystal ball wise the future is ready for this a lot quicker than people maybe think. I think it'll spread fast, and my reasoning for that is that most municipalities I go to where I watched this happen, they were all success stories like Niagara with 70-year-old parents like mine at the time, and everybody bought in and did it, and away you go kind of thing. So I think there's a great conversation, and 2 weeks from now we're going to hit the nail on the head with this one. I really do.
Okay, Councillor Warren, if you want to just wrap up, and then we'll go forward.
Yeah, that's fine, but we are in committee, so you can speak more than twice. So, I'll wrap up. When this comes to council, we made a resolution through council to go with the 4 municipalities. So we have to look at that resolution, and we need 2/3 to go, I think. Maybe I'll ask the clerk about that, to look into that before. Yeah. So that'll be on the agenda in 2 weeks, but I just think there are economies of scale, as I said, and it just makes sense to do all 4 at this time, and then hopefully the whole municipality to make it fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Emsley.
I was just going to ask, can we do a recorded vote in committee of the whole? That's what I...
Okay, so the motion ahead is is the same as is written, except we do all four instead of just Lindsay. So we have a first and a second, and all in favor. No, this was for all
The
four.
recommendation is what Charlie said, it's all four.
I just repeated the recommendation that Councillor Warren had said, that she wanted all four to be started, and that's what I. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So again, we got all in favor? Passes. The next one that we have is 9.1.11, Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, through you. I have three questions and then I'll be finished. At first, though, I just have a clarification point that I just feel silly about, so I'm going to ask because a lot of people asked me. In the report, at one point, it mentions the pilot starting May 2022, and at another point, when the actual motion was made, it was spring 2022. And it says the pilot's finished in December. Just the basic math of a 2-year pilot. Why is this finished in December if it started, the earliest date that I could find in the report was spring 2022, which is March 21st. So and I don't think it's semantic. These details matter. And if someone were to say to me it's 2 seasons, that is not how it's worded. It's worded as two-year pilot. It's not worded as a 2-season pilot. So I'm just curious, those little things of which I found many for 2 weeks from now, just one there. Could that clarification be? Because I feel very silly that I can't find this 2-year answer.
See, Public Works has a comment here, so.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Regardless of the year versus season, it is a 2-year, which automatically implies 2 seasons. So we went from May, the first year, May the second year, and then the program, our ATVs aren't permitted to be on those roads and trails through the winter season. So even if we were going to have a calendar 2-year, the program or the pilot would end before their ATVs are permitted back on the road again. So just to be clear, how I structured the bylaw and the change of the bylaw, when we put the pilot in place, we put this entire pilot in an appendix to the ATV bylaw.
Yeah.
So it expired December 31st, 2023. It's expired currently right now.
The activity has based on the season, but the legalese for the clerk's office says a 2-year pilot commencing spring 2022. I won't harp on it. It's one of the many. It's just, that is not 2 years. I understand the logic. I have it here that I figured that's what I'd hear, but 2 years to me is 2 years. When this pilot was being proposed, you personally referred to there not having been a safety review, and you and I had a good chat yesterday, so Director Robinson knows it's coming. I want the public to hear the answer. When this pilot was being proposed, you personally referred to there not having been a safety review. And I know that legally none of the members of that task force, I've researched it, have credentials in court should a lawsuit come forward. And I'll ask the solicitor her thoughts in 2 weeks, of course, about that. But where were your concerns?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So when we were within the program and the review for that task force, there was a lot of discussions about opening up all roads, certain defined roads through Lindsay only. My concern is that the City of Kawartha Lakes has a lot of road networks that are narrow, that are hilly, that are maybe not conducive to having 2 sets of competing on-road traffic at the same time. So that was the concern. Flagged through conversations internally with Public Works and engineering staff that having an ORV or an ATV on the roadway is no different than having a passenger or a person walking or a cyclist on the road. There's an obligation for both users to share the road in a respectful and responsible way. So my concerns were alleviated through those conversations.
Okay, my second question was for the manager, and thank you very much. We had this chat yesterday, so it was again. Manager for Manager Sloan, I have a question for, please. And he also knows this is the question we've spoke to. Hi, Manager Sloan, just to recap, a simple question. Is the policing/enforcement piece working well in your opinion?
That's a great question. Through the mayor to the deputy mayor to the councillor, we've engaged with numerous resources to try to get a really concrete answer to that question. I only know what I know. So if I'm not receiving complaints, then it's a hard stat for me to gather. Likewise with the police services, they're responding to incidences that are reported to them. So we only know maybe a little snapshot of it. We'd like to think that the issues are very minor in nature.
And my last question is for Manager Mustard, and she's also online and aware that I'll be asking, so if that's okay with you, Deputy Mayor. Hi, Manager Mustard. When you presented to Council this fall, one of the 4 pillars of Economic Development's department was tourism. And the report speaks to tourism benefits to the city as one of its major success indicators. Were you ever, or any of your staff, ever consulted regarding this pilot over the last 2 years?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, we've been somewhat periphery to this project because it's been in operation. We have looked into some economic analysis around what's going on, because the comment in the report is very much that tourism is supported by these activities in the community. And when we look at economic analysis from across North America and across Canada, I think there's some really strong evidence that speaks to the economic contribution of this sector of the tourism economy.
Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton, would you like to make a motion just to receive this report?
I would. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, a motion to receive the report, RD 2024001 ETV program summary be received, and that recommendation be brought forward for council for consideration to the next council meeting. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Perry, all in favor? Okay.
Did Councillor Smeaton move it?
Yes, sorry. Oh, second was, okay, thank you. Okay. The next one is 9.1.12. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And this has to do with drainage on 149 Fenland Drive in Cameron. And I want to thank yourself, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Smeaton and Councillor Warren for having come out and taken a look at the premises with the residents. And I'm not going to add a lot to the excellent presentation by the owner, the occupant, but just to say that for me, this issue comes down to how can this be made right and fixed. There is a city drain for all of Cameron Street in Southview Estates. It's maintained and fixed or let go by the city, depending how you look at it, and it was moved deeper, and the water comes through downstream across the edge on the property of the owners. So to me, this is really twofold, actually, and just being out there with Director Rojas yesterday over the lunch hour, we were stopped by a couple in a car who asked, "Hey, are you out here to fix the drainage issues?" So yeah, nothing goes unnoticed in Southview Estates. And I know that the homeowners have often been talking to their neighbors around, the bigger issue of the drainage on Cameron and how that can be fixed. And so it's kind of a twofold issue. Director Rojas and I mentioned and went out and talked about this on site. There's that strip of city property where a very minor and doable fix would be able to reroute that water for the benefit of everyone, including, of course, the residents of 149 Fenland Drive. And I was also able to clarify that the residents at 149 Fenland aren't seeking bone-dry creek water displacement year-round. They're looking for and trying to propose some options which were included in Director Rojas's report to reduce the flow, which is causing erosion to the driveway, for example. Yes, as Ms. Crowder said, the driveway was moved to align more with the garage, but you can see the cracks. There are cracks on the floor in the garage. And so again, that's kind of a principle of law, if nothing else, that if you're maintaining for something or responsible for something upstream, you got to account for what happens downstream. There seems to be a reasonable solution here that would benefit all, and with that, I'll turn it over to any questions. The motion I would like to raise is that this get moved for consideration as written to our next council meeting for a decision. Thank you.
Councilor Richardson.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask my question to Director Rollhouse. Just, just provide us with a little bit of history. And if you went out on site yesterday, we need to hear that side of the story too, because I know obviously if you're going to fix the problem, making sure that we're not creating more problems down the road as well. So downstream, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Again, I've been involved in this file since 2017. So the new owners have said they purchased the house in late 2016 or sometime in 2016. Agreed. As part of the after they purchased the house, a propane tank was installed and the driveway was widened. I think we agree on those facts. So I want to make it clear that my report and analysis says there isn't an issue. There isn't a drainage issue. It is very common in a subdivision, even today, to reroute the drainage pattern and reestablish the drainage pattern prior to the houses being built. This subdivision is quite old, 1962, but I can give you a current example. Bromont Homes on Country Club at one point in time had a drain or a water course right through the middle of that property. They realigned it to the edge along the rail trail and outletted it into under a culvert, which eventually goes to the river. So it's very common practice to realign drainage in order to maximize the number of lots. And again, that was done in 1962. So there is some merit to say prior to the building of the houses of the subdivision, the drain could have been in a different location, no question, right? We can't confirm or deny it, but it's not uncommon for that to happen. What we can say is prior to the building of the house, that drainage pattern had been established already. Again, in my report, we say that the house was constructed in 1974, so quite a bit of time, and then the garage was constructed in 2004. Totally agree. Just a few clarifications. The lowering of the culvert that the deputant mentioned last year was a repair. So the culvert had been either vandalized or damaged, either or. And that could be seen, the culvert could be seen in Appendix C. I believe it's the third photo. So that's a picture of the repaired culvert. It's the upstream end of that large culvert that goes into the side yard of 149 Fenland Drive. So that culvert had, again, either been vandalized or damaged, whereby the end of the culvert was sticking up. It wasn't flush with the ground. Public Works did go in there last year and repaired it. I wouldn't classify that as a lowering. It's part of normal maintenance practices. In regards to diverting the flow, yes, this can be done. It can, and that's picture 4 in Appendix C that shows where the diversion would happen. So as part of the 1962 Plan 416 subdivision, there was a series of pedestrian corridors in order for the back lots to transfer to the lakefront. Again, very common in lakeside subdivisions to give access to the back lots to the waterfront for travel. We could divert some of the flow to this pedestrian walkway. However, we would have to introduce a ditch basically down the middle. So the culvert in question that we would install is about a 2-foot culvert, same size as the one in front of or on the side yard of 149 Fenland Drive. So a 2-foot culvert, then you have to go underneath the road. So you're looking at about 3/4 to a meter deep from the invert. which, again, it would taper out as you go down the walkway, the open ditch, but it would take up a significant portion of that walkway, which may or may not be problematic. The other issue is now you're diverting flow that otherwise wouldn't get to Finland Drive from Cameron Road, which again could be problematic because it wasn't designed to be that way. So if you divert flow down the walkway, you are now transversing in front of 3 houses before it gets to the approved outlet, which could cause issues in the future. And again, this would only possibly resolve the minor flows, you know, the 1 year or less flows, 2 year flows, but it wouldn't address any major overland flow. The major overland flow follows the layout of the road, and the low point of that road is at the existing culvert at 149 Finland Drive.
Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and I'm looking at the construction of the garage, which seems to me to be probably the biggest culprit in this whole thing. So who owns the hedge? Is that 149? That's kind of, or is that the neighbor's hedge?
Again, without doing a property or a legal survey, it looks like the hedge is on the common lot line of 149 and 145 Finland Drive.
And so I take it through discussions that nobody wants to get rid of the hedge? Because it seemed natural to put a ditch in there between the 2 properties, a drainage swale, and solve the problem. But the hedge and the garage, there's a pinch point there that when they gave out the building permit, and no matter what the deputy said about the building permit, back in 2004, I think maybe it was the infancy of asking for drainage plans, even if they even did it back then, because I know it's really come to the fore in the past decade, and not the past 2 decades. So it's really not much of an argument to say, oh, you issued the permit, it's your responsibility. And secondly, when does the water become the municipality's responsibility? Because they know it's coming from your road, but the water is also coming onto our road from the neighboring property upstream, and so on and so on, and I'll tell 2 friends and you tell 2 friends. So at what point does it become our water?
So through you, Mr. Chair, let me answer some of those questions. So the building permit process. So the city doesn't apply for a building permit. The homeowner applies for the building permit. And in his application for the building permit, this is going back to 2004 or prior, 2003, because the garage was built in 2004. So the building permit application would happen 6 months to a year before that. They have to hire a structural engineer, or an architect, some kind of representative that goes out there, surveys the land, and says, yes, we can build a garage here and have no impact on the surrounding lands, right? So by virtue of us approving it, again, we don't give it status. We said, yes, it meets the building code, you're right, but it's the applicant that says, I can build something here to code that doesn't negatively impact anything else. So that appears to have been done correctly. The rights of water, and this is where it gets a little tricky. We do have a Drainage Act. We have riparian rights for a natural water course or even a man-made water course. So the legalities of it, I would agree, I'm not an expert on. That's more for a legal discussion. But what I can tell you is this situation is not unique to 149 Finland Drive. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of water courses that take both private water and city right-of-way or city roads onto private property without a formal easement, because that's the way the water flows, right? So there are acts saying you can't prohibit, you can't block, you can't divert without permission a water course, but you don't have to have ownership of the watercourse. So it's like if I bought a property with a little creek on it, and that creek somewhere upstream of my property takes city water. That's the natural established water route. And again, my opinion is we have full rights on it. My concern is hundreds, if not thousands, of areas are in this similar situation. But that would be more of a legal question.
You okay with that? Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, just want to fully clarify that the water course was there before the garage was built.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that is correct. And I've shown that in the report. I believe it's page 3 of the report, where I have 2 screenshots, one aerial from 2004 without the garage, and one aerial from 2018 after both the garage was built and the driveway to the garage was significantly widened. In terms...
Thank you. My analogy is if I build a house close to an existing airport and then complain about the noise, I can't shut the airport down. That's my analogy. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Just thank you through your Deputy Mayor. A question for Director Rojas. If I'm hearing you right, then your concern with the maybe thousands without formal easements is, are you worried about a domino effect here? Is that kind of what I'm reading into this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't say a domino effect. Again, my position is there is no issue. I've come to council lots of times for traffic concerns, for speed reductions where I didn't see an issue, and council disagreed and passed the motion anyways. So be it. I'm just giving you my expert opinion is that there is no issue, and coincidentally, this is not common to 149 Fenland Drive. It happens at many places in the city of Kawartha Lakes.
Councillor Perry, would you like just to make a motion to receive this and deal with this in 2 weeks?
I can, if I can speak to some of the, just for councillors' knowledge. I mean, Director Rojas has said that, there is no issue, and that's his professional engineering opinion. I beg to differ. When the councillors and I went out and saw the withered trees, the cracks in the driveway, which was moved to the garage, the issue of this garage, kind of being, it was, just so councillors know, the purchasers, current owners, bought this house with the garage. The garage was already there. And because of the garage, we can't really do an on-site fix. And I know it's all well and good to say, well, that the fact that they didn't get the fact they had a valid permit to build it, previous owners, doesn't really matter. It has to matter. I mean, imagine to the homeowners, if you do everything right, and then now you've got a garage that's being eroded by the water flow that's coming down. Why is this a city issue? I would submit it's a city issue because the city controls, maintains, and operates the culverts in Southview Estates. And so what happens downstream is an impact on the city. If we talk about, getting a storm plan in place, these are some of the things that we're going to have to look at, because as I mentioned, regardless of the owners, there's a bigger concern here in Southview about proper drainage. And having there's a way, and Director Rojas just mentioned, there is a way to ditch a currently public property to put that second drain in and help this situation, not just for the homeowners, but for the subdivision. Might that result in storm diversion going elsewhere? Perhaps. We don't know. But that's also an issue we have to deal with in terms of culvert sizes moving forward with climate change and bigger storms more often. I guess I just wrap up in saying that, this is a very different specific situation on the facts than the others that Director Rojas mentioned. I respect his opinion on the riparian or prescriptive rights, But Director Rojas has also conceded he's not a lawyer or giving a legal opinion, just as I'm not an engineer. And so with all those considerations, I would indeed like to move that this get forwarded for a decision at next regular council meeting. Thank you.
You're okay with just making a motion to forward this and have...
Correct, in terms of being able to just help this situation and the Southview drainage. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to receive the report from engineering 2024-006 drainage near 149 Fenland Drive be received and that recommendation brought forward to council for consideration for next council meeting. Councillor, that's first, and Councillor Warren, second. All in favor? It passes. Thank you. Farther, I just wanted to do this before we started, but today's agenda includes the annual update reports from the city advisory committees of council. These reports highlight the achievements that were made in 2023 and also outlines the anticipated work plan for the 2024 for our advisory committee of council. I'd like to thank, and I'm sure we all would, all the volunteers who work hard with their advocacy committees and council and their hard work, dedication. Without these volunteers, we wouldn't have these committees. So I just want to take this time to thank all the volunteers that put their time and effort into sitting on these committees. So I just want to thank for that. Next is 9.1.13, Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just to report, just generally, that as a member of this committee, I wanted to thank our staff rep on the Emily Turner, the Economic Development Officer of Heritage Planning, and this group is a great group of staff and volunteers. And as you made appreciation of the volunteers, they take their time out to go to these committee meetings. They take their time out of their day, their business, and they sacrifice time out of their life to put their time into this for the betterment of the community. So I wanted to thank Emily Turner for being on that, and enjoy being with the committee. We've done lots of work in the last year. We've coordinated. The report itself points out a lot of things that we've done. Coordinating Doors Open, designating some heritage buildings, the Old Mill Heritage Conservation District, doing an extensive heritage inventory project, and then also dealing with Bill 23. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for that.
I'll move that as printed.
As printed?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that the report ED 2024-006 Municipality Heritage Committee 2024 Work Plan be received, and that the 2024 Municipal Heritage Committee Work Plan, as outlined in Appendix B, be approved, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next council meeting. First, Councillor Richardson, second, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? Thank you. Next is 9.1.14. Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the Agricultural Development Advisory Committee 2024 Work Plan. I wanted to thank Kelly Maloney, Economic Development Officer for Agriculture. And again, as the other committees, the composition of this committee, they're hardworking people out of the public who take the time out of their life and busy schedules and work and their jobs to come and serve their community. So we've done a lot of work this year. As we did last year, the VIP tour, which was a lot of people, a lot of members of council and staff participated in that. It was a great event last year. They've commented on the rural zoning bylaw, the tree preservation bylaw, and we're working with so many issues, International Plowing Match and Rural Expo. So we've got a lot of work for this year and enough to keep us busy. So I'll move that as printed.
Thank you for that. I'd like to make a motion that the report ED 2024-018 Agricultural Development Advisory Committee 2024 Work Plan be received, and the Agricultural Development Advisory Committee 2024 Work Plan as outlined in Appendix B to report EDs 2024-018 be approved, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration for next council meeting. Now, first, Councillor Ashmore, second, Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? Thank you. The next one is 9.1.15, Counselor Warren.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to add a little bit more. We looked at the plan, and a couple of us noticed that one of our main initiatives wasn't there, standing on its own. So that report plan 2024-18 Environmental Advisory Committee 2024 work plan be received, that the 2024 Environmental Advisory Committee work plan outlined in Appendix B to report plan 2024-18 be approved, and the Healthy Environment Plan be an initiative to be included in the work plan, and that this recommendation be brought forward to Council for consideration at the next regular Council meeting.
Do we have a second for that? Counselor Yeo, would you like to speak about that? That's a second. All in favor? Approved. We go right to memorandums, 10.10. Counselor Perry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And this is a memo being brought on an exceptional basis. I realize that the plan and the policy of Kawartha Lakes is not to put a speed sign everywhere that's requested. And as long as they're in the area of the general area of the neighborhood to give a general notice, and that's acceptable. You can debate that or not. That's not the issue before us. I'm bringing this memo basically because this isn't a case of a resident who was simply wanting to have a sign out in front of their lot, of their yard. This goes back to when the 40 is the new 50 program began, and the 50 sign was removed, and the resident asked for a replacement sign. Didn't hear back, didn't hear back, didn't hear back. I had to get involved. And I was told that the policy is that, you know, if there's a sign in the area, then one isn't required to be replaced there. I was talking to Councillor Warren, and she and I were just out and about one day, and we can't find a sign in the area that says 40. So again, that's one point in terms of the actual policy, but that's not really what I'm hanging my hat on for this memorandum. This memorandum is, again, an exception to the rule that we're seeking. One, the sign was already there, so there must have been a need in the past. Why can't it just be replaced? It's not a special request or someone just wanting one out in front of their place. There had been one there before. I don't get it. And if you look at, I was able to provide a copy, the road, which I took this morning on the way in. Thank you to the Deputy Clerk for providing it in the package. This is, to the city's credit, to Public Works' credit, a recently paved straightaway, which the resident brought to our attention and wants the sign replaced because of the speeds that open up on that area. There's also a resident with developmental disabilities living on one of the houses in this picture. And true enough to the resident's words, when I drove by to take this picture, there were children playing in the front yard. So all of those things taken together, I wanted to bring to council, and my motion next council will be for a sign to be placed on an exceptional basis. Thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, I just need to understand it a little bit better. So when we moved into this program with the new 40, you have your beginning and you have your ending. I know I have them all over my smaller communities as well. By putting another sign in there, is it not redundant?
Yeah, just to answer very quickly, I can't find the beginning sign in that area at all, having looked for it, up on Princess at the corner of Colburn North. And second, you're correct, absolutely, Councillor Richardson, that, you know, perhaps that's sufficient and would be redundant. The exception here is that there was one before, and that there are causes to, beyond simply wanting a sign or redundancy, it wouldn't be redundant if there are specific needs to the street where the original 50 sign was.
Okay, so if we were to fix that, it begins here and ends here, would that fix the problem? Or are you still adamant on the sign? I just want to understand.
Sorry, if,
If you said there was no beginning to the 40 kilometer, if we were to fix that, as in 40 kilometer begins here, 40 kilometer ends there, would you be happy as that is a solution, or are you adamant about that sign in the previous location?
I agree with the resident that this is an exceptional basis.
Councillor Warren.
You, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I looked at that and I pointed out that there are no signs on Princess. So I'm not sure, you have to stick to the policy, so we'll debate that in 2 weeks, but there should be a sign, not sure where.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. Just a question for Councillor Perry. Is it one resident that's requesting this on the street?
Yes, that's the resident who's closest to the original sign that got took out. He even put a stake there to help with the replacement sign that never came.
Okay. I just a comment. When I get requests for this, that, and the other thing too, and what I push back a bit and say, you know what? Get a petition going. And if the whole street says the same thing, now I've got something. So I'm just suggesting that maybe that might be a route to go. And if the whole street says, hey, we want a 40 kilometer sign, I'll be with you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I spoke with, I did let Councillor Perry know that how I felt, and for me, this one is a policy-driven. I didn't know what the Councillor Richardson, thank you. One of those days, it's been long. I didn't know that Councillor Richardson was going to say that. Those are my thoughts too. If the issue here is that one of the issues cited is that we can't find the 40 begins here sign. And to me, if that's replaced, if it's in fact missing, perhaps it could be identified by Joe Kelly in 5 seconds. No, it's here and it's fine, but I'm assuming that's already been asked and the answer is no, it's not there. Then replace that sign, and then it's the same as every other community's initiative. And the constituent, to Councillor Joyce's point, is what I do too through the week, is I just tell all the constituents that call and say, I wish I had a sign, saying, you're gonna have to get used to the fact that there's no sign, everybody has children playing and all these other things. No, you're right, there's no sign. So we need to find the sign that fits the program of 40 begins here and have that sign put in. So the beginning and ending, same as all of our communities, is there. That would just be, that'd be it. Otherwise, we're gonna have everybody calling saying they want I want a sign on my street because I have kids playing. That gets really expensive.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Perry.
I just have to disagree respectfully with Councillor Smeaton. This isn't a case where someone just wants a sign. If I would push back too. You know, as you said, Dr. Councillor Joyce as well. Wow, we're getting elevated at this hour in the meeting. And that's the exceptional basis I'm looking at. It's not just someone who decided one day they wanted a road sign. To me, there are legitimate basis of an exception for this strip of road. That's why I've brought it to council and not handled it, or as you said, pushed back or said, you know, no, here's the policy. To me, I agree, there are legitimate grounds for that sign that was there to be replaced on an exceptional basis, and I'll leave it there.
So you have a recommendation, you okay?
My motion would be that this go, we take 2 weeks to think about it. Okay. I can bug you all a lot more during that time, and this can come back at next council.
Okay, thank you. So the motion to receive the memorandum of from Councillor Perry regarding a 40-kilometer sign for Princess Street West in Fenton Falls be received, that staff be directed to replace the speed sign in front of 105 Princess Street West by Q4 2024, and that these recommendations be brought forward to consideration at the next regular council meeting. First by Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? Carried. Just one thing here. I was handed the report here about the source separation organic. I'll read it to you, which the motion was. The report of the source separate organic diversion request for information submitted by option B received, that the curbside collection of source separate organics in the urban areas be recommended as a preferred option for source separated organic diversion, and the necessary amendments by bylaw 2016-144 being that the bylaw for collection of management and waste recycling be brought forward to council for consideration, and that the dependent of the results of the curbside collection in urban areas, consideration be given to progressively expand the collection of source separation organics in rural areas. That's what it is. Okay, that's it. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Well, everybody. Councillor Yeo, second Councillor Perry, all in favor? Thank you.
I'll say it. Congratulations and great job to Deputy Mayor
Nicely
McDonald.
done.